Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and this is going to be my last live stream before I take a couple of weeks off going into September. And I figure what we can do is just sort of talk and think about a bunch of things before. And because I got a bunch of Airwindowsy music concepts on my mind, including an idea that I just had this morning I'll bounce off of you. All a sort of large-scale look at what it even means to be a music maker or producer in 2024. But I've also got a plugin idea that I could sort of put into the queue. I've got plenty of stuff ready to come out, including the finished 2-tape 7. I don't think I'm going to need to do any more 2-tape 7 because I'm pretty sure that it's going to be just fine. And the most recent fix of the most recent fix, which was fixing the flutter so that rather than being a pure stereo flutter like you have in Flutter 2, anytime anything recalculates at Flutter, it does two random options and picks whichever one is closest to locked in. And that turned out to be enough. That turned out to be everything that I needed to have the stereo image sit pretty centrally. And I am looking forward to putting it out. I mean, granted, it's always pretty stressful for me putting out like a big plugin release, one that I know that people will be really excited about. I stress out over that pretty hardcore. I don't want it to go terribly wrong. And I've had experiences sometimes where, also, by the way, let me check on my amplitude. How's my volume levels? They could be louder. They're a solid 15 dB down, so hit a button to make it go louder, and there we go. That's probably going to be fine. Yeah, so I prefer to put out big plugin releases and have them go well. And you never can tell, because things like, for instance, I put out Meter, and in a lot of ways, I think that went incredibly well. It's just that it is a series of concepts that are so advanced that it's very difficult for me even to explain to people what that even is. Using Meter is very likely to help me. I feel I'm going to be able to get a lot out of it. And my hope is it'll be able to help other people as well dial in sounds that are harder to get these days, or impossible to get these days with normal practices as people usually pursue them. When I put out various different versions of console, and this is extremely relevant because I'm moving in the direction of putting out first a utility plugin, that being Console 9, which is the guts of the algorithm in Console X. But then I'm going to be putting out Console X, and that's going to be kind of interesting because there's a lot going into that. That is all of the above as far as my recent stuff. It's going to be very similar to what the 2-tape 7 release is, because it's going to be a working system. By the time I put it out, I'll even have a control surface to play with for it that lets you go from very close to digital audio workstation cleanness and clarity, even to the point where you can run it almost wide open and have a sound with very little analogification, Or you can start using the low passes and the filters and all that kind of stuff and start taking advantage of the fact that there's a dynamics version of Stonefire built in with an airband, and just start doctoring everything in all these directions. And they're sonic directions rather than pictures of hardware directions. But there's a challenge in that. The challenge is that it's easier to tell somebody, hey, like make rock music with the Marshall stack. Here's your Les Paul, here's your Marshall stack, make rock music using that. Well, that's not always the thing that you do. Like, I've talked repeatedly about how there's a lot of bands, and I have, perhaps on Friday I'll be able to do this. There's a timeless that I'd like to put out that will be a George Thorogood track, because it's a very different sound than your traditionalist style thing. It's a Gretsch hollow body into some kind of little tiny amp. And the sound of the guitar's attack and edginess combines with the drums in a way that's really characteristic. But it's also human music. It's not mechanized in any way. But it sounds so tight and repetitive and grooves so hard that it's almost like it's mechanized, except for it's really not. And that ties into ideas I was having this morning, which I'll talk about them. If anybody wants to run with this, by all means, go ahead and do it before I do it. If you don't, I might be the first to do it. We'll see. It occurred to me that there's a lot of music out there where it's human music because it was produced by humans sort of from the word go, and like played with people playing music with each other, maybe trying to do a groove. For instance, old Rolling Stones is very often, old Rolling Stones or AC/DC can very easily be, let's use these instruments to make a repeating sound, that dunka, and have that be aggressive and intense and repetitive. And then people can dance to it, and people can trance out to it, and people can do whatever they want with it. But it's not being done out of a machine. It's not being done to a click. Another example would be ZZ Top. ZZ Top's Lagrange is another really, that would be quite a highlight for a timeless, if I can do that one, where it's a repetitive sound, but where things sit in the beat is not exactly the same that you'd have if you just used a quartz crystal and divvied it up perfectly. The shape of the groove is different from the shape of what a machine would do. And, I have machines of various kinds. I've moved them around a little bit. I feel like I'm going to want to do a whole new kind of recalibration around this stuff so that I can do these things differently. I already made an album called Welcome to Free Luna, which was this style. Welcome to Free Luna was using this style of machine music making, where the grooves that it hit were very silicon. I won't say digital because it's not a computer-based thing, or at least it doesn't have to be. So I think my Erica Synths drum sequencer is a computer-based thing, but it's still very, very tight. And when I bring in these aux boxes, those are no longer even computer-based. Those are silicon. Those are like a mechanized clock and trigger pulses. And there is no computer in there going okay, I finished doing this instruction, now it's time to fire a note. Instead, it's much more mechanical than that. The contrast to that is something that I could do pretty easily in the box and haven't really thought to do, but nothing's really stopping me from trying it. And that would be like recording and overdubbing things into an arrange window, like I'm a Reaper user, so it would be an arrange window in Reaper. And just playing something in and then playing something along with it while listening to the first thing, and so on and so forth, without reference to an external time thing. Because like I go back to ZZ Top's Lagrange, and it's this very repetitive groove. And then as it goes into the guitar solo thing towards the end, that's also very locked in. But a funny thing that keeps happening with it is you'll get these drum fills, and the drum fills kind of drag, and the rhythm guitar kind of compels all the rest of the instruments to come in more aggressively, like it doesn't let up. So there's all these spots in Lagrange where it's grooving as hard as it can, and then different instruments are dragging against other instruments, causing the full band to like wrench itself back into the tight lock that it's trying to do. And there's an effort there, like the fact that you have this guitar solo going over things, and the guitar solo has to catch up with I think part of the reason it does that is because the rhythm guitar that everything is kind of keying off of doesn't play a downbeat. The rhythm guitar only plays offbeats. Maybe it plays the downbeat, but all of the reference sound is in fact offbeats. And the upstroke, the offbeat there, is the synchronization for everything else. So, and it looks like I was playing a different kind of game there for a moment there, which is not unheard of at places like Lagrange. The fact that the reference sounds being used to lock you into the next measure of music are offbeats and are aggressively timed offbeats. It's not a slow offbeat. It's a extremely aggressive one. Causes the sense of time to sort of stretch around like taffy, act weirdly. And there's no reason you couldn't do this with synthesizers, with, I don't know, dub techno, whatever you were doing. Nothing is stopping you from playing stuff into the computer using whatever kind of controller you want. I've got a controller that I'm going to be playing with more, which is that X key. And I'm a big fan of the X keys, even though the feel of the keyboard is completely awful. It's just clackety tic-tacs, because it has that pressure sensitivity, and I enjoy that so much. But I feel like that's also a reference towards if you strike a note by like tacking on the X key, there's very little travel to it. That's the noise of me hitting the X key. There's nothing saying you can't make a percussive sound, and as long as the MIDI timing is tight enough, which is perhaps a concern, nothing's really stopping you from playing percussive things in that way as well, like constructing a techno groove through making snare and kick and whatever sounds and actuating them using a controller keyboard. And who's to say whether a clackety keyboard like the X key isn't useful for that? I guess it would depend upon like what the timing is like, but then the timing we're talking about is still timing based on human time sense and performances. And the Rolling Stones were very notable for this. a lot of their early stuff, and there's a bunch of other bands like that. Nirvana famously struggled with that, and Van Halen were capable of it as well. When the band plays and you record the song from them, the time sense wanders and drifts and expands and contracts and does all these things. That is not different from what you had in symphony orchestras. The symphony orchestra is a bunch of musicians following the time sense of a conductor who's waving a stick around and directing them to do various things. So if he wants the whole feel of the music to hesitate for a moment, he strikes a pose and lingers on his waving of the baton. And the entire orchestra goes, oh geez, better do this right, and hesitates, and then plays the next bit. They know what notes they're going to play, but they don't necessarily know exactly when they're meant to play them because they're watching the conductor for that. These things are leading me in the direction of wanting to come up with suitably human music as a balancing factor from what's going to happen in the music business in probably the next couple of years, if not the next couple of months. And that has to do with AI. Because here's the catch. If you follow what the music business has been doing for decades now, and use all of the techniques to lock everything to grid and fix all of the wrong notes and tune all of the voices and do all of those things, you will produce a kind of extruded product which AI is being trained on and has been trained on. There's that concept of something like ChatGPT getting poisoned through ChatGPT output being fed back into the input. Hey, Fotis. Yeah, I am happy that you like tape bias because next week you're going to get to tape 7, and it will include that inside doubly and inside the 2-tape algorithm. So that should be fun. Oh, I owe you a new pair of socks? I'll see about coding you one. I'll make the Fotis socks plugin. So that is, it almost makes it a good thing that mainstream music production has been going this direction for so long. It has leaned so hard in the direction of taking all the humanness out of everything and sort of T-painting everything. And when AI begins generating all of the music, because it will be cheaper than turning to music producers of any kind to do that, it follows the same problems as ChatGPT trying to extrude writing, having been fed on a diet of other ChatGPT. Music AI is going to be fed on largely a diet of already tuned, quantized, all of that kind of stuff. Music, there is going to be very little ability for it to convey musical intention outside of that box. And that is a striking limitation that's going to make it extremely recognizable, and that opens up an opportunity for humans to make music by humans for humans in a human sort of fashion, where it immediately registers as the other kind. It'll be very easy to identify which bit is which, and it might become possible to single out, if you say take Lagrange, and you train a 10 years from now AI on Lagrange hard enough, you can produce different variations on that, but all of your training is going to be like making a LoRa that fits that particular sound into a music output mode. So congratulations, you made your personal version of Lagrange where you can do different guitar solos in it, or maybe change it to a different key, or put a chord sequence on it. And if you train it hard enough on that one song, you can get some of the vibe of that one song. And then ZZ Top can turn around and do an entire album of other songs. And granted, they might not be as big of a hit as Lagrange, but that's the thing. The idea is to enable a music fancier, somebody who enjoys musicking and listening to what other people have musicked. And enabling the ability to do that is in a sort of performative way, like similarly to how in this live stream, which again, like I said, this is going to be the final live stream for August, and I'm going to put out to tape 7, and then I'm going to take a couple of weeks off, and I'll catch back up with you in September when we'll be working on Console X, which will include a lot of fancy GUI stuff. It'll include graphics. We might even start opening up that kind of worms today. But the idea is you can take the human musicking concept and whatever you have available for a resource. Like hip-hop, what they had available was vinyl records. They had stuff to sample, and they didn't have music studios or the instrumentation or the ability to hit the, you'd have hip-hop guys sampling loops from Chic. You cannot simultaneously be Nile Rodgers as a guitar player, and I don't remember the drummer's name, I'm thinking about too many things. I'm not thinking of musician names. You can't be that guitar player and that bass player and that drum roll at the same time. Those are 3 expert domains where you can only get to be the amazing thing, in one lifetime. You get to be that good at one of those instruments, pick one. And if you want to do other things, like for instance, you look at Stevie Wonder, and Stevie Wonder played all manner of stuff. But one detail about that is he was playing all the guitar-like things that he plays is a clavinet. He was playing keyboards, and he loved to play drums. But if he was going to play bass, that's going to be on a synthesizer because it's a keyboard. And if he's going to play a guitar-like thing, like his song Big Brother, where it sounds very much like guitar playing all through it, that's going to be a clavie. That's going to be a keyboard instrument. It's kind of like that. One of the things I'm thinking about is if I wanted to do musicking again, which of course I do. I do want to do musicking again. We'll get back to that perhaps this coming fall and winter after I've released some of these tools that I need to use in order to do it. But say I wanted to put in like a pretend saxophone big band thing or whatever. Well, I've got my little Proteus, and that's a 90s synthesizer, a 90s rack mount Rompler. So I can get saxophone noises out of that. They're a little bit limited, but I can. And I can use this little thing. It's a G2M guitar to MIDI box. It's mono. And it does all of its things with using the pitch bend to be able to strike a note immediately and then twist it to whatever the frequency is. Meaning you can play a guitar into a monophonic synthesizer and get a lot of expression out of it. So I've usually done that with synth sounds, and that's characteristic of a lot of the stuff that I use for like breaks in stream audio. When I put on all this stuff and it's like, oh, there's more of Chris's weird jams, and then there's some kind of lead going on over the top of it, and that's usually the guitar-driven synth. But I could also plug it into a saxophone style sound off of the Proteus. I now have that set up where I can just switch a cable and just kind of go. And then if I do that, I could take a horn sound of whatever variety, including one of these Rompler sounds where it's fairly convincing, but play it off of a guitar rather than play it off of a keyboard, meaning that the little things that I can do as far as little twists and bends and stuff, because for me, it's not at all a keyboard that I'm familiar with. For me, it's a guitar that I'm familiar with. And so I can play a bunch of things on those, including like melodic lines, and have them be expressive, and then translate that into a human-style fake saxophone, because I've got that. I do, in fact, still have the ASR-10. That would be another good thing to get into for the fall. I'm probably set up to where I could do a bit more of a deep dive into that, because my problem there is I simply don't work with sampled music. It's not the direction that I've come from. I know enough about it to have a basic idea, and it's not the direction I'm likely to go. A lot of sampled music is leaning in the direction of the machine-made. However, here's the thing, but before I get into writing another plugin, because I have the idea for, somebody was asking for a behavior out of my Isolator filter, which I thought was neat, so we're going to see whether we can do that today. So here's the thing that struck me this morning as far as combining these various things. It's not that big of a deal to fire up Reaper, for instance, and just record a track into there and start overdubbing stuff on top of it. You know, turn off the bar lines. You know, I dare say I can figure out how to do that. I don't need to see the bar lines. It can be just this blank space, and play stuff over that. What if then I want to put one of my synthetic things over it? I've got some cool stuff I can do regarding that, which could be really handy. Like I've got a bunch of electronic percussion, stuff like that could be really cool. I've got all of the techniques for being able to subdivide that, so I can set it up where if a beat is coming through, then it'll play like a 4-on-the-floor kick, or it'll play whatever pattern I want to play on it. I've got all manner of stuff to do that more handily. I've got stuff where I can take a beat coming in and use it's one of the Doepfer ones. This is what I'm thinking of at the moment. There's Doepfer models that don't just subdivide beats, and by that I can also mean, you know, I can do every 7 beats coming in, it fires a sample. It will also subdivide beats and make them faster. I could have a thing where for every beat that's coming in, it'll play 16 out. It'll chase the tempo that's coming in and do a higher rate. I can set that up in such a way where it will switch between a beat at one subdivision and a beat at a different subdivision, making some of this. I've got some of that stuff in an old album that I made where I had to program this stuff in using MIDI. Back in the day, and this is when I was on a Performa 575, which is 33 megahertz processor. This was before even PowerPCs. I would have to calculate out exactly where in the MIDI stream subdivisions would land. So I wrote a program to do that. And then I would have to program in the MIDI notes and move them to exactly the right places so that I could do stuff like Frank Zappa does in the Black Page, where it's like 4 beats, and then there's 5 beats between beats 3 and 4. And then there's 3 beats between the first 2 beats of the 5 beats, and just all that kind of nonsense. It can become so complicated that it's impossible to hear. But when you do hear it, like honestly, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to. Let me see whether I can find any of this. Sounds. I'm looking for a particular thing. Question is whether I'm going to find it. Maybe I don't have it here. That's a shame. It's not going to be in Airwindows singles. It's not recent enough. Okay, that's a shame. I did an album called Dragons. I do actually have that, I think, on this other computer. Yeah, I do. So I figure I might as well switch over to this machine. You won't be able to hear it properly, but I'll crank it out over this little laptop, and you'll hear it a little bit. And the parts that are interesting is what I'm talking about regarding the percussion. Again, this was all programmed in such a way where I had to type in where the notes went. I had to type in where each note went for this. And you should be able to hear the hi-hats and stuff, even when I don't have it plugged in normally, and we're not listening to the direct output, and we don't have the ability to do that. But we can listen to music like this. I know it's not very loud. So that's normal. That's dun 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 dun. It's a slightly odd time signature, if I'm not mistaken, because this was all about slightly odd time signatures, but it was fairly normal. However, that one has a hi-hat that goes faster. It's like, and then I got this mellow one here. Doing that kind of thing. And I'm talking about the highs because that's all you can hear off of this. We've got all manner of large-scale weirdness. That one's got a bunch of strangeness. If you listen real hard, maybe you can hear what the hats are doing with this. Heck, I'll drag this over here. That kind of rhythm. But then we've got other stuff going on, like that's much more normal. But then I started getting into even weirder things, and I bet this is going to be audible enough. I'm going to set that to loop. And then I'm going to hold it up to the mic because that's all I can do. And we'll hope we can do that. I don't think that showed very much. Well, we can but try. I wonder whether there's a section that's clearer. Ooh, come to think of it, I should be able to do something. Let's modify it. Multiple instances of slew only. Here we are. I wouldn't call it very legible. So that makes me sad because I'd hoped it would be a little bit clearer what I was up to. Here's another one. Let's take that one and do the same thing. I'm trying to show you the hi-hat things I'm doing. There we are, and it'd be kind of a loop in here somewhere. Woof. Don't save. So that was a bit of a waste of time, except for that it was trying to establish a point that I'm trying to make. If I can make that point, other people can do the same thing I did. It's just hard to explain. So we'll get back over to the laptop so that I can program an actual plugin. But what I'm talking about is being able to do unusual rhythmic figures that aren't human capable. Like I could try. But it's I can't, right? Like I can't play that part. It's too hard. It goes too fast. The subdivisions are too weird. Like I can't play that hi-hat figure. It's straight up too tough. But I can make a machine to do it. So the question becomes, what if you wanted to choose something like that? What if you wanted, like, okay, so it says da-da, da-da, and then there's a 5, and then there's a 7. You do something really like toxic and weird like that, going, okay, I want to do this, and then if I can do this, I can copy it and clone it around a little bit, and we can have more of it. But I need to do this, but I need to play it over like the solo to Lagrange, or whatever it is I have floating around in my arrange window, and I don't have any reference for that. The point that I'm making, and the thing that might become interesting as far as doing this human style of music and yet being able to incorporate other stuff, which is something I have never actually tried to do in this way before, and that's why it's interesting to me. You can take a clock input on the synthesizer with the same stuff where it'll take the clock input, it'll subdivide it, it'll multiply it. You can feed in your clocks and get a 5 out of it, for instance, like that's a straight beat going, and then the 5 can happen on something else. So I can tell a machine to do that. You can also have the 5 going on, and take that 5, run that into something else, and get 4 back out of it. And there are sort of mnemonics to be able to play that as a human. Adam Neely has talked about some of those, to the point where I was actually able to do some of them. I don't think I'm necessarily doing them perfectly. I don't remember the exact mnemonics. Like nice cup of tea, for instance, might be the 2 against 3. It's a pity I don't have a better way of doing this. And yet I don't think I have a better way of doing this. Oh, wait, no, wait, maybe I... Can we see this? I'll beat up on my synthesizer. See, they're going at different speeds. As long as I don't hit it too hard, it won't break. So there was a more complicated one, and the mnemonic that Adam Neely used for that one was pass the goddamn butter. Except maybe I'm not doing it right. No, I think I am. See, that's the faster one. So you can do weird time signature things as a human if you're really good. It just takes all your attention to do it. And it's not necessarily an easy or simple thing. But since I have the synthesizers and stuff, what you could do if you wanted to make things like that happen, like program something really complicated and go, I want this really complicated thing to be playing over this stuff that has no click and was just played as humans into the arrange window without any bar lines. We're not going to quantize anything. We're not going to do any of that stuff. Instead, what you do is you come up with something that can produce a clean trigger from exactly this. Like, supposing I have a piezo pickup built into this case. That's going to produce a pulse. And you'd be able to send the pulse into the modular synthesizer, fire a trigger, and have the triggers chase each other to do whatever weird subdivisions or whatever you want. You're just feeding it. With whatever human pulse you want, at which point you're playing along with the thing in your arrange window. And just following it. And then if the triggers are doing something really simple like subdividing, so you're hitting like an accent on 5 or an accent on 4, it shouldn't care at all about any timing irregularities that you do. If you're doing a subdividing using the one that'll do a faster, it'll try to chase what you're doing and even out the timing irregularities, which is much like what a human would do if they were trying to follow a pulse, like entrain to a pulse. So that's got my attention big time. It hadn't occurred to me very much. The idea that I could do my synthesis kinds of things and do it within a context, like I could even take this device that I have made for myself, which is a drum stool for a snare and a piece of shelf for a hat, and I could stick a piezo on that and run a little cable. And then I would be able to send pulses into the synthesizer using a scenario that I'm fairly familiar with. Yes, Frank Zappa talked about his synclavier explorations, saying that he had to program an awful lot of numbers to get the same kind of appealing results he naturally got out of asking a bunch of musicians to play a bunch of notes and then having them sort of desperately follow the intention. Thing is, a lot of the stuff that I've done, and I tried very hard to show you what I was doing with the Album Dragons and the hi-hat programming on that. Probably Water Dragon was the best example. That was the latter one, where there was this funny little like. So if you could construct something like that that ran off of the synthesizer and you caused it to chase a series of pulses that came in, and then you basically made up you added a piezo to that little shelf standard over there so that I could hit it with a stick and make a click, and the click would be loud enough to cause the timing of the, I don't know whether it would require additional circuitry to do this, but it has to be able to fire a single pulse into the synthesizer over there, or whatever aspects of the synthesizer I'm able to use, and then you'd have to perform it in. You'd play the pulse in by going click, 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 click. And then you program it to do whatever weird pattern you wanted to. But what you'd be responsible for doing is just keeping the steady pulse going. And then each time you wanted to overdub a new thing, you would set it up, program it differently with the sounds that you wanted, and proceed to be hitting the thing with the stick again and chase the input. And the input could be something like you could do an input kind of like this. We're out of tune. Pity it's not in tune. Maybe that's worth doing. Silly old guitar. So that's a little example of just how far off the click you can go on purpose. Reminds me a little of a Pixies song. I think it's probably Nimrod's Son, where the guitar intro is just extremely wonky. And I don't know the chords nearly well enough. Plus, I couldn't play it on this guitar because it's too cumbersome. No, it's Something Against You. It's Something Against You. I'm going to put this away. Honestly, I've become increasingly frustrated with that guitar because it is cumbersome and challenging and sounds kind of wonky and bad, and I'm not sure if I like anything about it. But there you are. I mean, when I talk about that Pixies track, it starts with a solo rhythm guitar with this sort of flamenco kind of thing. And the way that he plays it before the drums come in is excruciatingly wonky. It's like very weird tempo fluctuations all over the place, where it sounds like the flamenco stuff is heightened, like exaggerated. I don't think I can percussively play it in any way. I could try. No, I can't. There's no way I can play the percussive nature of what Black Francis does on rhythm guitar there. There is no chance in the world that I can produce that percussive noise. But I could make the synthesizer do stuff like that. It would be different. It would be not so much like a pastiche, so much as the intensely human quality of that intro, which I also don't have recorded to anything. The intensely human quality of him starting to play the rhythm guitar and making these notes, and then he's got to do this sort of flamenco style where it's and he just kind of he sort of spasses all over the guitar, and then the drums come in, and then he locks into the drum beat and is no longer all wonky and weird. But the very beginning of it is super wonky and weird all by itself. That's why it sticks in my mind. That's why I'm thinking of it so much in the context of this, in the context of how do you make stuff that AI just can't spit out in infinite variation for the asking. Because the thing is, if you're trying to do music like that, and it's pursuing a purpose, such as the end of Lagrange, where the guitar solo is wheeling away, and the drums keep doing fills and having to yank themselves back to the groove, it wouldn't actually matter, because energy distribution is not time. But having these musical intentions dragging against each other can be interesting, and that is going to be completely and totally absent in AI-generated music going forward, because AI-generated music going forward is designed around decades of quantized and pitch-corrected pop music, to the point where it's really going to struggle to do anything other than very bland expressions of audio. And of course, there are counterexamples. Like you could feed in a bunch of Captain Beefheart, but the thing is, if you've got something really unusually happening, like Beefheart's Trap Mask replica, and the first track off of that one is very unusual. Metrically, it's very unusual. So it sounds kind of like chaos, but you can barely pick out intention. And it typically has a lot of weird stuff clashing against each other. Frownland is the thing I'm thinking of. Like, go and listen to Frownland and then come back. The thing about that is, if you told the AI, do this kind of noisy racket, it would really, really struggle to produce musical intentions of the same character. Like one track that I've actually got and could put up as a timeless is Click Clack off of Beefheart's The Spotlight Kid album. And the way that one works is there's a rhythm groove going. And at the end of the song, you've got a bass and drums part. It's going. And then there is a guitar, I think it's guitar and harmonica. It's a guitar and something. It's going. It's slowing down, and the other part's still happening. He has, the theme of the song is there's two trains, one of them's going and the other one's coming back. It's a departure, it's a loss, it's an absence. And so he has pieces of music going in opposite directions. And it's too hard for me to play. Like I can... I can't, because he's using multiple musicians to do it. The one is doing the steady beat, and the other one's going doop 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 doop. They go in opposite directions. It's a Charles Ives kind of thing, in fact. And it would be difficult to tell an AI to do that. Like, that's a thing that would be a big, big problem, to ask a AI that's extruding music for you to do some kind of idea like that. It has no reference for it, and you could do it in post-production by going, oh, give me a bass and drums beat that just goes steady. Okay, now give me a riff that cycles, but it slows down as it goes. And even then, I don't know whether the AI would have an easy time doing a riff that stays the same but goes slower. And before there is indeed more than one track playing simultaneously on Frownland, there is a Russian composer guy on YouTube who did a detailed, like somebody, Russian, Ukrainian, something like that, an Eastern European composer, Andreev, who did a detailed exploration of Frownland and decoded all the parts, and it was extraordinary. It was extraordinary. The number of individual things going on in that track is just mind-melting. Yeah, John Daub earlier had an interesting observation of like, oh, the best songs speed up throughout the song. Yeah, there's the thing, is like if you're playing steadily and then the next one comes in extra aggressively, then that can give excitement. And if you do that and don't have control over your overall tempo, it will continue to speed up. Or you can do that and just have it kind of... Dave Grohl faced that when recording Lithium. I'm pretty sure it was Lithium that he was faced with that problem, where they sped up. They just kept speeding up. They would record the track and they'd speed up. And then the guy was like, why don't we record a click track for you to play to? And then Dave died 1,000 deaths, because part of what he was about was being able to produce like disco-like regularity in heavy rock. He was actively trying to do a degree of stableness and groove akin to the great disco players, and in fact copied some of his drum riffs from disco players. And he basically went away and meditated for a while and came in the next day and laid it down first take without diverting from the tempo at all. But it took extra effort to do that. And it's one approach is to set it up that way so that you can keep a consistent tempo so that people will always dance the same to it, or will register the sameness of it. But then the other thing is, in the Rolling Stones' Midnight Rambler, there's a whole bunch of sections where it just ramps up and down wildly in tempo. Midnight Rambler slows down to a crawl periodically. And there's all these sections, like Midnight Rambler is almost never one tempo for one bar at a time. It's almost always accelerating and decelerating like mad. And it's amazing. It's an amazing way to do a track. Humans can do this quite naturally. What you do is you just lay down, you either play it as a band, and everybody knows that they're like running up and down in tempo, and they're just always looking to like, are we accelerating or are we slowing down? Are we accelerating or are we slowing down? Or you can just lay down a track and then have everything chase that track. And that's another way of doing it. And it's a pretty relevant point that you're not laying down a tempo map so much as you're laying down a track and then trying to have everything chase that track to deliver the right kind of feel into it. Because it's not simply about whether stuff accelerates or decelerates, goes faster or goes slower. It's also about where things sit in the beat. And if you're just wildly accelerating and decelerating and doing whatever you want, you pretty much have carte blanche. Like, one of the key factors for a heavy backbeat with the snare drum is it has to sit behind the beat. Now, how far behind? It depends. That's also how you make a big, heavy bass sound, is you make sure that the bass sound is hitting behind the beat rather than being right on top of everything. One of the characteristic factors with Chris Squire's bass playing in Yes, that Bill Bruford talked about in his autobiography, was that Chris Squire liked really slow tempos. And so he didn't often want to accelerate really fast. And if he was going to play a series of bass notes that were like dum, 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 he would drag those out like crazy and you could not push him. You would have to hesitate with him to establish the collective band attack that you're trying to produce. And that contributes to the weight of the Yes sound as a band. The fact that it's very likely that Chris is going to be coming in behind the beat. Chris, with his very abrasive and mid-rangey and aggressive sounding bass sound, it might be aggressive sounding, but it's being placed well behind the beat a lot of the time. There is just, and so many of these things don't fit into what AI is going to be able to do. It's going to be very challenging, arguably too challenging, for AI to be able to produce feels and sounds and vibes like that, where, like, okay, the sense of scale is because the snare is really behind the beat, and also the bass player is playing very behind the beat. This also happens in Santana. Santana's bass player has a extremely rolled off tone. It's no mids even there in there. But on a bunch of this, like Black Magic Woman, for instance, switches into a guitar solo section where it's going from the basic groove into this dun 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 dun, and then it goes into a lead guitar section and finishes out the song. But when it goes into this dun 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 dun, that's very heavy bass in there, and it goes into this giant wall, like dun 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 dun. But when it hits as a wall, the bass guitar is not hitting early. You have this big wall of the drums are hitting, they're hitting the cymbals, guitars are hitting, it's going smash. But the bass guitar going along with that is not right up on the front of the beat. It's like the guitars hit first and then the bass comes along afterwards. And the weight of it is heightened by that. Well, that's exactly the thing that is going to be difficult to persuade an AI to do, because it will be trained on large quantities of everything quantized music, large quantities of modern production, and it's going to be trained on large quantities of its own output. So in effect, what we're looking at there is, I think there's going to be potential for humans to make human noises for other humans to listen to that's more difficult for AI to jump in and replace, in the same way that it's more difficult for AI to do good writing. Even though you've got like ChatGPT, it's difficult for it to do the good, the interesting, the persuasive writing. Because it's drawing from sort of the composite of all of the different writing, and there's been an awful lot of bad writing out there for it to learn from. So the music situation is even more interesting because it's a noise. It's like visual arts. It's fairly easy to work variations on visual arts and get certain things correctly represented. There's going to be a parallel in music for being able to use AI to get certain things correctly represented. But I think that there's other stuff that's going to be a lot harder to convey. And my primary interest is in learning what those things are and being able to facilitate them. For other human beings that might be interested in making noises that other human beings might be interested in listening to. And it only starts with all of the timeless vinyl record stuff that I'm learning. It only starts with stuff like 2Tape7, Console X, these tools that I'd like to learn more about and get better at using so that I can kind of instinctively produce noises. I'd just like to be able to facilitate the ability for people to do this kind of thing and have their output seem distinct and interesting compared with AI-generated stuff. Because in very few years, like turn around 10 years from now and look at what the world is going to look like then. It's going to be wild. We're going to hope that there is a world to have then, but I think that we're pretty determined about that. But what's the music business going to look like? Well, it's not necessarily going to be a business anymore. There's going to be a lot of pressure for coming up with forms of music that are just generated by AIs because they're easier to do. And we're going to pursue all of the concepts of quantization, auto-tune, hyperpop, all of that kind of stuff is going to turn into AI-generated forms where you'll have AI-generated stars and money being put forth to try to mainstream and popularize AI-generated mainstream music production that is all going to sound like what mainstream music production does today, but more so. And yeah, it will be extremely loud. It will be extremely loud indeed. But I think that's going to have a limited runway as far as being able to succeed very well. it's like doubling down on the most obnoxious things that are currently present in modern production. And that's why my real interest is in being able to conveniently unleash in a fun way the idea of music production, music meaning anything that you like, but putting it in the hands of humans being able to do it, and do it in such a way that you're producing sort of individual artifacts rather than extruded nonsense. You can have very personal nonsense. That's what's been on my mind this morning. Now, I did say I wanted to do something, so I'd like to switch over to that because I don't feel I have anything further to think on the subject of music creation for this morning. The guts of that was about my intentions of running a cable from like my practice pad thingy over to the modular synthesizer so that I can feed a train of clicks in that aren't from a sequencer, and then being the human sequencer and starting it out with like a guitar part, and then going, I want to do this strange synthetic thing on top of that, but I wanted to chase the tempo of this human guitar part. Let's do a little of that. Let's see how close we can come. And let's see what weird complications we can add to the synchronization in such a way that it does something that's cool. But rather than what I've done many times, which is try to do something that's cool based on the machine running for itself, do something that's cool based on being able to just throw stuff into an arrange window without any tempo markings written on it, and then play other stuff over the top of it in any genre I want. I should be able to, like, if it doesn't work the first take, I can do another take, but I should be able to go, okay, I want this human expression, but now I also want a techno hi-hat with a clap, but a machine clap, and a good techno kick drum to go along with this. How can I do that? Well, let's see. Let's program it to do the exact pattern I want, given a set of clicks, and then I'm going to play in the set of clicks by hitting something with a stick and overdub that and see how close I get. And again, that would be very personal nonsense, but it would be all riding off, like it would be as if you had Midnight Rambler, but you also had like house music mixed in with it, but the house music was also human style and was chasing the human players. Yeah, I think that there is the possibility for a lot of popularity through doing that. It just has to be done in the right kind of way. It has to be done in the right kind of way. Because you can't be just like, okay, humans are fallible, we'll randomize everything and it'll be perfect. It's like, no, that's not really what we're going after. Like the dimension of Lagrange is all about how the drums are trying to keep up with what the rhythm guitar is suggesting, and then they keep doing these fills that are like falling down the stairs kind of fills where they're going off, but then they have to get yanked back to where the rhythm guitar wants them to be, and you feel the tension of that. You feel the tension of, oh my God, we're accelerating. We're constantly accelerating, and that's because the fills are drifting and yet being compelled to go back to the sense of unrelenting tempo. You establish enough of that, and it's a very exciting result. And if you listen to it without paying much attention, it just sounds like, oh, there's music being music. But it's the tension of feeling the direction of what the music is trying to do. That sense of intention is like the big Achilles heel behind AI in general. Empty cup. That is actually the last cup of coffee that I've got that had creamer in it. I think when I put too much creamer in my coffee, my lungs kind of get all gunked up and I'm coughing too much. I really have to keep track of that in order to go into winter. I'm going to have a wonderful amount of firewood for the winter. I'm getting another cord of firewood brought in. I'll have the largest pile of firewood beside my house that I've ever had in my life. And that makes everything become really dry, and so I have to keep an eye out for my personal well-being there. But that's for another season. We're not quite into that season yet. I'm keeping an eye on a chat, by the way. Sister Rose, if you did a video on Sacred Tapestry, the hidden mystical dimension of electronic music, I should go see that, but then also you should do a follow-up. I would like to hear more about those thoughts. One of the funny things about being Chris from Airwindows is I am charging ahead doing all of this thing, but what I really want to do is see other people charging ahead in their various directions, doing things I didn't think of. I don't want to be just like everything has to follow my little path. I want to see lots of people out doing their own little paths and doing whatever it is that they do. I know, right? I should have a picture of myself sitting in front of the firewood. I am the firewood king. Or on top of it. That would work. Anyways. There was a thing I wanted to do. That I'm going to do. And it's been a while since I've done this particular thing. In fact, I'd better look at this alphabetically. Here is Isolator. Isolator is simply biquad filters, many of them. It's a big old stack of those. I don't know whether I'm going to need Reso for this, but I do know this. I need to do another version of Isolator because somebody who actually was on Facebook, I believe, there's a little group that somebody made called Airwindows Audiophiles. I didn't actually make it. I'm not responsible for it. But back in the day, the lady in Canada that I dated was all gung-ho for me to have a presence on Facebook as well as other places. It didn't turn out to mean all that much, honestly, the presence on Facebook. But that is the place where somebody was like, I need an Isolator filter that I can perform with. I'm doing something where I'm using the LV2 I don't know where they got one of those, so that they can swoop a single knob to the left and shut everything down to the darkness, and to the right and turn everything to brightness. They wanted that. So that's what I need to do. I need to make one of those for them. And that's the thing. And also Sister Rose has a thought about controllers. So if you have ever... I'm basically all about the X keys at the moment. Those are very unpleasant keyboards. Food, water, music, I have in fact done that, and it is not impossible that I'll do that later today. That could happen. We could end out the day doing that kind of thing. Because I have indeed done that more than once. Played a subscriber's music. I have to be able to play it over stream without copyright claim. And examine it with meter and talk about what seems to be happening and so on. That's worked out fairly well. So that's not off the table. We could even do that today. right now what I need to do is start this. And hang on. This is a mono filter. I believe I need to do this. Bonk. Yeah, so like my use of the X keys, it's interesting because it's like, yeah, I'm not a keyboard player. I'm a guitar player. I play drums, I play bass. I don't really relate to keyboards nearly as well as all that. One of the things I'd like to do, you know, I have these things, right? I've made this kind of thing. I made that into a loop, and now I've stuck some sticky tape so that I can put it where I can see it. These are my guides to chords. And now it includes a little stack of where the notes are on the keyboard. And what I would like to do, I think, is make a version of this where it shows me which notes to hit on the keyboard for all these chords. Because I basically know these chords on the guitar, or can find them fairly well. Like if you ask me to play a C on a guitar, my fingers have already gone to that position. G, my fingers have already gone to that position. E or E minor, A, and so on. D, my fingers have already gone to the position, even without there being a guitar there. Like G to D, G to D to F, or something like that. But I don't know where to find any of these chords on a keyboard. And if I'm not going to just program them in, but I am going to do stuff where I have like my little X key or whatever, I don't have to be able to shred on the keyboard. But if I am doing a thing where I'm using like my arrangement cards and figuring out how that stuff goes and going, let's make a chord sequence that's C to B minor to D minor 7 to F, going in a little sort of loop there. And that varies across a couple of different notes. Because the whole chord stuff that I've been doing for years, the arrangement cards that I've been doing for years, these things that I've been doing for years, which went into being able to produce Welcome to Free Luna, is I was generating stuff using these as prompts to start myself off, involve coming up with chord ideas that wander around key signatures a little bit. Typically fairly closely related key signatures, although not always. Like if you play the chords from the song Hey Joe, they go basically across a whole range of key signatures. Hey Joe is like going in a vertical column from the chart that I showed you. And because it's going in a vertical column, every chord's key is closely enough related that it doesn't sound too weird, but you can't really tell where the keys change over, only that it did. I can actually demonstrate that, come to think of it. Let me do that. So here's the old clunky Attitune acoustic guitar, and over there is the chord chart. chords to Hey Joe. It's going in this direction around the cycle of fifths. So you start with C. The key of C includes A minor, F, G7, E minor, but then if you're playing Hey Joe, you're going not to a G7, but to a G, which is still pretty close. And you're going to a D rather than a D minor. So rather than which is in the same key, now you're in the key of D. And G is in the key of D, but your A is going to be like an A7. If you were playing B, it would be B minor. Your E would still be E minor, but you could use an E minor 7. And then you would be going to an A, where from C, it has to be a minor. It goes to this note. Because coming from D, in the key of D, you have a major A. From the C key of C, you have a minor A. And you go all the way down to a E major, and most of the rest of it, like the C and G and D, are all a minor E. But then once you get to the A major, you could be playing a E major 7. And you go all the way down to the E. So Hey Joe, it's like all of these different keys. See, it keeps going down by like a fourth or fifth or something. And yeah, there's so much that you can do with this kind of thing. But again, on the guitar, I can kind of find these things. But on a keyboard, I kind of can't. Go and put that back now. On the keyboard, I kind of can't. I don't know where the notes go. I'm not really comfortable going under the black notes for anything. So what I'd like to start with is if the keys include all these black notes in various places, I'd like to be able to look at where it says E major, C major, G major, D major, A major, E major, and have little pictures of where your fingers go. I'd like to see, like, okay, so there's an A major, and that means here's the A, and then here's the major third, and here's the fifth. And just look and see, like, okay, if I want to play this simple triad, or the sevenths, include playing the sevenths. Sevenths would be 4 notes rather than just 3. Where do your fingers go for that stuff? And that remains to be done. It would probably require a bigger piece of paper for me to draw that out. But it still seems fairly doable. I just have to figure out how to illustrate that appropriately. Because again, I make these things to be able to reference this, and whenever I've made a new thing like this, I can go and start making music of some sort and using it to do the stuff that I wouldn't otherwise be able to do because I wouldn't have the faintest idea where to begin. Yeah, and the trouble with changing master tuning in Reaper is that you need to know how many steps up or down to tune it to get to whatever reason. And yeah, that is a challenging thing. A recent comment by Food Water Music, there's no particular place. I need to be able to download it from somewhere. And it doesn't matter terribly much whether it is an MP3 or not, because that does not really affect the large-scale qualities of the sound as measured in meter. It'll affect a little bit, but it won't reflect all that much. So there would have to be a place that I could download the track. So we're going to do a little start on Isolator 3. It needs to be one control, or maybe it can continue to include the reso. I am not entirely sure of that, but maybe it can continue to use the reso. And we're going to basically take the same sound that exists in Isolator 2, but remap it so that rather than having the low and the high thing, where Isolator 2 gives you the ability to do like sharply isolated shelf filters, because I'm pretty sure that's what that one does. It assumes that it's going to be a complete roll-off and builds the two effects into one knob. So we're going to see what it takes to do that, starting with, what's the name of it? Well, it's not this code name, but we're going to start with that. LMN ISON, because it's an incremental upgrade. And the next thing you do is copy all of this stuff over so that we can get a working version, and then we change the working version. Oh, that's not going to work at all, though. My mistake. You know what? That'll do. Here's the part I really need to copy over. So I need all this. So the way an isolator filter works, and I believe I have it working this way, is that I'm using this many biquads to do a really steep filter. And they're going to be doing that staggering thing that I do, where the values of the resonances are distributed. Reso then does something further to it, but I'll find out what when we go beyond and get into the CPP version of the file. Do enough of this and we'll be able to play with it. That's, of course, the idea. So these look pretty straightforward. That looks pretty straightforward, except for that it is an alphabet rather than a written out number this time. So there's a change I'll have to make. The change will not be here. This part doesn't need to be changed. Instead, I just need to put it there, and then these things will be started. Ooh, weird. Are we not actually going to use some of this functionality? I don't think is going to actually get used. See where it says high A and high B? I think I'm doing a smoothing function for the shelving EQ parts that I'm not going to be using. I think that might be it. That stuff is going to be skipped, that I'm not going to use it. But whatever. One thing at a time, he says, trying to do one thing. I'm going to try to not get too dragged into feeling excruciatingly dumb while doing all of this. Let's just take a moment to see whether yeah, all of that stuff is going to be about the same, or literally the same. So it goes right down to the end of the file, including the floating point dither, including the braces and things. And where did we start? Right after overall scale. And that's here. So I ain't going to work first time. However, I think it might work the second time. But then it also seems possible that it won't. Let's see whether I've made a silly mistake. I'll tell you one thing. I can't just paste all of that in, and I'll show you why. Or I'll try to. Oh, good heavens. Okay, weird things have happened, and I don't know why. Oh, I see. So when I said weird things have happened and I don't know why, this is why I need a vacation. and will be taking one. This is my final live stream for August. Here's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to copy this stuff, because what I ended up doing was pasting in this, what I just put up here, and it doesn't belong here, and so everything went wrong. And instead, I want to paste in this stuff here, and then I'm still not going to be quite ready, because we don't have a param1 in here. What we have is a param A. So all this needs to be updated. Also, this is the thing I was telling you about. The resonances are all 100% a distributed filter. It's a stack of biquads made to do a brick wall. Reso is a boost factor. And then reso is 1 minus reso. That's weird, but I guess we'll find out what that does later. I want to see where that is. This is not going to stay, but for now we keep it. Oh, I see. This is an attenuator. And with that, we probably have this working. Let's go and find out. Let's close all of this stuff and then go and find out. We'll drag this over to here. When we get to 11 a.m., I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee and take a bit of a breather. I think I tired myself out with all that talking about music and AI and stuff. I'm glad that I got to do it. If people are running out of steam and frustrated at the end of August because they don't get their Chris chattering away madly at a live stream, then you can listen to that stuff over and over again. And enjoy that. Let's see whether we have a working isolator filter. In the form of Isolator 3. JK element OP. This is supposed to be it. Here's the frequency. These are currently set to something. Seems legit. That sounds extremely horrible because it's coming through the laptop, but I don't care about that right now. All I care about is starting to do the relevant things. So here we are again. Actually, you know what? It's 10 minutes to 11. How about I aim for getting back here around 11 with my new cup of coffee and hopefully refocusing on the plugin coding it shouldn't take me too much to get this to do the thing it's supposed to do. I just spent too much. I'll tell you what happened. I think this is what happened, is I spent too much of the morning running through all of these like AI and music production and why you do stuff. It opened up sort of the association sections of my brain to where it was enabling creative thinking. And then settling down to a simple task of coding a plugin proved to be very discombobulating, because my head is all in what kinds of human music can be not reproduced by AI as conveniently, and how do we facilitate that? And those are such big questions that it's like, now I'm supposed to go and actually program something? But I am supposed to go program something. But I'm going to come back with a cup of coffee, and then we'll do that very thing. And I'm going to do my usual jam of putting on some kind of music. Whatever that may be. And remembering to do my usual setting up SWB audio capture to be reset to that so that OBS can do it, and then setting the audio to it so that it's being played through the audio, and then setting this so that we get to see what it is. I should make a cooler visualizer than meter. As much as it's nice to be able to do meter, I should come up with a cooler visualizer. Maybe come up with some way of running audio into the Godot engine and using that. Anyways, I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. That took absolutely forever, but I mean, there's a reason I need to go and take a vacation. My ability to do this is dwindling, and I gotta go off and do a bit of a recharge. We're going to get back to this, but I'm also going to have a look at what chat has been saying. As far as what that was, it was probably modular stuff or synths. So this is where that came from. It was essentially end of October through November, of 2020. And I was doing a series of recordings that all became a final burst of music making on YouTube, which is where I was doing it. I was doing that all tightly confining the duration of the track to the length of a CD, in the hopes that I would be able to create a form of music where I'd be doing complete CDs that I could put out on Bandcamp or whatever, including graphics, including covers, in a day. So I got to the end of November and then I had to stop because I exhausted myself doing it. But this is where that came from. It got up to Nuke and Pave and then I wasn't able to continue and I stopped streaming for a while. These are things I try to keep an eye out for. I'm looking to not do stuff so intensely that I break and stop. Again, which is another reason why I am taking a bit of a vacation and will come back in September. But this is where that came from. And Batik Erotic, I'm going to put it on a different speaker. Actually, I have these on my audio. I can tell you what was on that. I bet I can figure it out from just the sound. It was in here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about earning vacations or earning rest is self-care involves not withholding self-care on the basis of you have not satisfied your requirements for yourself. Yeah, the creating music in a day, this is, let me try to find the section that Fotis was talking about. Probably this. So when we're talking about synth sounds that bite, so what's being heard there is a bunch of different things. The arpeggio is going, that's just modular stuff. Some form of modular oscillator into a modular filter. But the noise that you heard, and it's a very stereo noise, that is almost certainly an Arturia key step driving, if I am not mistaken, 2 Zox boxes and 2 make noise O-coasts. The mid-range synths, yeah. So it would be multiple instruments being driven by a simple sequencer that's being driven by the beat, right? So similarly, we've got that. See, that's what shows you it's a Zox box. So what's happening, and this never really worked for me, which is why I stopped doing it, is I have the Arturia key steps like cycling through a section where I can hit notes and add notes to the loop, or hit rest and subtract notes to the loop. But it never really worked very well. I didn't like the way that worked because it was too hard to make it do anything particularly useful. I was able to change stuff on the fly, and that's what we hear here. Like this is all a note. See, it's a loop. It's actually like more bars than I was expecting. And I'm pretty sure what's going on is that the key step lets you set up a 64 note loop. And so I set up a 64 note loop on the Arturia key step and then just started changing things, making new stuff happen. But it's all based on the same loop. It's all based on a little MIDI sequencer, the Arturia key step. And I think I have stereo ones. Oh, you wanted a grindy sounding one? So what's happening there is Zoxbox, and the O-Coast is frequency modulating the Zoxbox's oscillator. That's usually what makes things sound really gnarly like that, is FM. It is a triangle wave FM. And you can hear the additional notes coming in. It's in stereo, but you're hearing it over my vocal mic. And then gnarlier again. So the Arturia key step keeps having like new little notes doing different things. You know what? Give me a moment. You should be able to hear this better. If we're going to be talking about it, and I see no reason why not, I'm sure I can do the Isolator this afternoon, and that'll be just fine. But I want to be able to hear what this is. There. So now I'm putting it through as you heard it. So what's going on here is just changes of the Zoxbox, and I think I'm keeping them very symmetrical. I know I'm not running through a stereo processor, so when it's hard left and hard right, that's because I have basically two instruments being made to be essentially the same. And the gnarliness of that is, again, it is Zoxbox, the 303 style thing, and the Zoxbox is almost certainly also modulating through one of its outputs. The Zoxbox has square and sawtooth outputs and a input into the filter. And FM and filter modulation inputs. I just wired those in. So hacking with stuff with the soldering iron. And so what would be happening at a time like this? The Zoxbox is going full bright, basically. And then we're running the triangle wave, because essentially the O-Coasts are running as basically just extremely pure oscillators with FM. So I can run it's probably going to be the square wave into the oscillator of, well, I don't know. It could be the sawtooth into the FM of the O-Coast in a sort of cross modulation thing. Each one is frequency modulating the other. That's how you get really weird chaotic noises. And in this case, it's being fairly clean. And the slight gnarliness is keeping the FM from getting too out of hand. And the fact that it's sequenced is because everything is being driven off of a key step. And that's how I'm putting new notes in. Making it go a little mellower. Meanwhile, I have a crazy thing happening in the modular. At this point, the crazy modular fast thing is also firing one of the sample playback units in the modular, the radio musics in the modular. And that is repeatedly firing a voice, which is me, going that would be me turning the frequencies of both of the O coasts together to make them kind of match. But that's two of them. So I'm trying to dial them in so that they're acting essentially mono, but it's not. And so moving both of the controls at the same time, it's not actually any device where there's one control or an LFO making those both move at the same time. Instead, I had to turn both of the knobs together to make that happen. So that's what I would have been doing. Again, fast voice noise being re-triggered. One of the neat things about this, relating to all the earlier discussion, is that when you use a radio music that way, it's reading stuff off an SD card, and it is not really very perfect. It's a little sketchy as far as consistently firing its sample exactly the same, and so there winds up being a humanized quality to it just from the module not really being able to keep up. So it sounds very mechanical, but there's this slight organic quality from it not really being able to do what you're asking it to do. Oh, it looks like I do, in fact, have a delay unit which doesn't actually work anymore, but I had this for a while. I should get Erica Synths to fix it. I managed to break it somehow. It's a Erica Synths stereo delay module. And it's doing a ping pong thing. So that's the kind of fun I get up to. Oh, and that's like a 5. We are going into a strangeness. And I don't think I have those aux boxes running at this stage. This is a section where I shut a bunch of stuff off. Skip ahead a bit. Editing these down into much shorter tracks with all the sort of greatest hits. And all of a sudden we have tempo change. That's a 5. That's a 4. So I'm not exactly sure what caused that to happen, but that would have been one of the modular synth changings where I had it specifically set up that I was going to go into this strange zone, bring in a jam where the kick drum was a prominent element, but it was in 5, and then gradually revert to this. And of course, the riff synth there is that Zoxbox again. Oh, it seems like I have one of them rather than 2 at this point. And there we have 2. This is also kind of on the techno concept of making repetitive sounds and just kind of hammering you with them. You can pick just about any sound as long as you do that kind of stuff with it. One thing to notice here is I'm definitely using the trick I constantly use on snares, where there's a sequencer. The sequencer is firing all of these things, but the snare backbeat is always being fired through some kind of delay. It's either being programmed in the sequencer to hit late, or the raw timing data of the sequencer is being put through some kind of sample delay that just is able to delay the timing pulses so that the snare hits late. And you can plainly hear, as soon as you've got the snare going on, that that snare is hitting late. The snare is not hitting directly on the beat. And that, of course, is intentional, but that gives the larger backbeat thing out of it. Because when I like having a beat like that, I would like the snare to be a proper size rather than just irritating a little electronic thing. For Godot music, remember I have to do the plugin to that. And then here we are with the thing that we started this about, which was gnarly synths with a lot of edge dropping. So basically the idea there, it is a Zox box with an additional oscillator, which could be anything that happens to be in Opus. And the Zox and the additional oscillator are cross-modulating each other. but some of it is probably just FMing the Vox oscillator with an additional oscillators. That's how we do this. You know, that ought to do it. I've drunk about half of my coffee. It's 11:35. No reason we can't switch over to the coding side of things. Because I tell you what I have effectively done is I have effectively made a functioning clone of Isolator 2 using Isolator 3. So let's start by removing these. I'm very curious, by the way, what email Food Water Music found. You probably can't post it in chat, nor would it matter very much. I mean, I get so much damn... oh, and we're not going to be doing bypass, are we? No, we're not going to be doing bypass. That goes away too. We're not doing in frames. We are doing something different here. So there's a start. So these all have to chase the same stuff. We have to make it work with this chasing the same stuff. Then it becomes a question of how. So let's see. Firstly, oh, hang on. I stand corrected. This is more smooth than I expected. This is a very smoothed out biquad, so we're going to keep that the way it is. However, not this. This has to live elsewhere. Let's put it up here. Oh, also, this isn't going to work. unless I do that. I just made up that variable, so I can't just use it. I have to instantiate it in some way. None of this means anything. That's going to give me something. Modern MPC and BeatStep Pro together in 2024. Funnily enough, I kind of enjoy programming melodies in this aux. A little bit. That said, what you heard was not melodies being programmed on the aux. What you heard was melodies being programmed on a key step and using the aux or Zoxen through MIDI. So there's that. So the difference between that is you get a very distinct feel out of programming something on a Zox and playing it off of that Zox, or indeed programming it on the Zox and playing it through a DIN-sync timed Zox. And what you heard all through Batic Erotic there was very much the sound of using it as a MIDI keyboard rather than using it as itself. It sounds and feels like some other keyboard. It stops sounding and feeling like a Zox box because I'm not using its internal sequencer. Part of the sound of the thing is the fact that the sequencer will fire off notes as if they are like drum rhythms off of an 808 or whatever. It'll fire off notes with like silicon clock accuracy rather than having to receive MIDI messages. MIDI messages only go at about 1K. As far as they're being accurately timed, they're pathetically not accurately timed. It's a terrible idea to do techno based on the food, water. Yep, that ought to work. I will jump on. I assume if you've connected me to, we'll find out. We'll get there. Maybe what I'll do before I do more of this, but while I have this on screen, is go and see whether I've got your thing. So we're going to take a moment to do that. Sadly, mostly what I get is a giant pile of spam all the time, and your thing probably came in as junk mail even. I'm assuming you have a relatively normal title, because none of these look like they would be you. There is somebody informing me of their updated sea freight prices so that I can ship things overseas or from overseas. Okay, very unhelpful. Here is something else that is spam. And I probably have your thing in junk mail. And then more spam from actually Perfect Circuit that I ordered some Castle ARPs from. So all of that is worthless. I've got a comment from Patreon. Patreon is talking about how when they use the Patreon app on the Apple App Store, they're now having to do an additional charge. So I'm not going to give them a hard time over that because it's different from the last time that happened. A goodly number of years ago, they started to include a charge and then just overcharging to the customer, and everybody lost their minds. In this case, I think that is a acceptable one, although I have actually seen Ben Jordan freaking out about it. Looking in the spam folder, I also don't see anything from you, Food Water Music. Yeah, I think that failed, Food Water Music. It does not work. You'll have to come up with some other way. Perhaps not a using email way. So let's see where we were at as far as doing the actual work part. So maybe if I use this, it'll work. Let's have it be the other way, and also let's move the audio over to where we can hear the end result. Yep. So Patreon's going to be very sensitive about that because they had a real dramatic problem earlier from them doing that to people's pledges and stuff without asking anybody what we'd want to do about it. So they're being very cautious about that going forward. And I don't know what to think about it. You'd have to be doing it through a Patreon app on the phone. I don't know why anybody would have that. I certainly don't, nor do I recommend that anybody use a Patreon app on their phone. Like, why would you? Presumably it would be to set up a special thing where I'm doing a lot of really active interacting with patrons through like the Patreon webpage or whatever. And I'm sure there are people who can use that, and that's not going to be me. I don't think Patreon is a good place to do your engagement with people. And so I almost never do. And so it's fairly harmless for me. So yeah, just don't get on Patreon through the iPhone app, is what I would say. Let's see what we have just made. We've just made some changes. We can build another version. We have failed to do this part. So what's going on here? Oh, okay. That was simple. We simply don't do that part. Now let's see what it made. This time we'll be able to hear it through the big speakers, if I am not mistaken. Well, I mean, one thing about Patreon, I am reasonably happy depending upon them for all of this, because one thing about it is that it's a very, very large sum of money being processed. So when your revenue is billions of dollars, then anybody messing with you, they have a problem too. A couple of times I've gone on SoundCloud. I can rip stuff off of YouTube. If all goes well, at least. I've been able to rip stuff off of YouTube. It's not a very high quality, but, you know. So let's see, where are we at? Here's Isolator 3. These no longer do anything. So it's now just the high frequency section. What happens when we turn it up? Okay, that's funny. Okay, so I got that part. Let's do the isolator filter first. He says, while contemplating not doing the isolator filter first. This should contain everything I need. What we need to do is make IsoFreak go from 0 to 1, because 0 to 1 is the frequencies I need. And I feel like everything's got to swap around kind of a lot. But you know, nothing's so wrong with that. So why don't we do a simple if statement? And the thing I'm trying to do is going to act kind of like this. So what I should have here, times equals, thank you. No, that's not how to do that either. Okay, there we go. So now if I do this, what I should have is the same low-pass filter, except for that it bumps up to maximum frequency in the middle again. Please copy, thank you. There you go. I'm going to let you folks worry about the tune that you want me to look at and meter and talk about and figure out what you're going to do about it while I'm doing this work. Now we should have darkening up to the middle point, at which point it snaps back to full crank. Sudden full crank again. So the very next thing that I can do ought to be able to make this be finished, if I'm lucky. Because you see, if IsoFreak is larger than 0.5, we do a different thing. We go And then we're monitoring only the extremes. That didn't make any sense. So we're monitoring only the extremes is not a sensible statement. What did we do instead? We swapped the polarities, not of the neutron flow, but of the frequency isolation device. We swapped the polarities of the shelves. Those were originally shelves where you had to set it up that you were listening to the highs and not the lows in order to set it appropriately. I can see why somebody wanted this to be improved. This is going to be a more musically useful technique for this one. So we're also going to want to change IsoFreq. So in what way do we want to change it? Well, from 0.5 or less, we're swooping from high frequencies as a low-pass filter down to nothing again. So we're listening only to the high frequencies. If we swooped it down to 0, under normal circumstances, it will go silent, or just about silent. Because if we swoop it down to 0, that means all the sound is crossed over, and we're not letting any of the low through, but we have the low turned up all the way. Switch it out, and high is turned up all the way. So logically, what that means is we snap IsoFreq from 1 to 0 as we pass 0.5. And in so doing, we turn the band that we're letting through into the highs rather than the lows. Yeah, follow me? What that will mean is if it is larger than 0.5, it's going from 0.5 to 1. So we want a similar thing. Equals so if it's larger than 0.5, or if it is exactly 0.5, 0.5 times 2 equals 1, minus 1 equals 0 again. When it's at 0, but the high frequency is letting everything through, that means we get to hear basically the full range. And then as we continue swooping it up, it extends all the way up to 1 again, and then we're doing the high passing. So the question becomes, what does it sound like when we are snapping these frequencies from extremely high filter frequency to extremely low filter frequency? And is that going to cause an unpleasant effect? And there's only one way to find out. And this is not it, because I forgot to do that. So the potential problem I have with this is that it is smoothed transferring between biquad settings. And I have to snap the settings from one position to the next. I might need to do something special here. We're going to find out whether I can make obnoxious big noises happen through messing with it. Yes. So that's bad. But apart from that click, we're good. The click is very bad. The click is snapping the biquad filter from one setting to the next. So what we need to do is fix that click. The rest of it is fine. The click is bad. The click is going to make this a completely unusable effect unless I can solve it. So let's see whether we can make a override. Switched. And then I don't think the other Boolean needs to be there. And then the question becomes, how do I have to set this up so there will not be an initial switch click before it gets fixed? Not double either. What am I doing? So, oh, I'd better set it. Skip smooth means don't smooth. Smooth is what's causing the noise. The noise is being caused by the biquad filter flicking between its lowest possible setting and its highest possible setting in one buffer. That would be bad. We want to avoid that ever happening. Also, here's something I have forgotten to include. Making room for this to be able to do a logical check. So I think in startup, we're starting up at 0.5. Yes? Probably not. I bet we're not. No, we're not. But now we are. Starting up at 0.5. That means as we start, we're at 0.5. And IsoFreak is not larger than 0.5. We're starting up here. This is what we hit first. Switched also starts up as something. Switch starts up as false. I can't type. So skip smooth is false. If switched is true, meaning it was larger than 0.5, and then we are less than 0.5 or equal to it, we do skip smooth and set it to false so it doesn't happen twice. By the same token, we have the same logic here. And in this case, if it is not switched, which we start off that way, we hit skip smooth, and then we set it to true. And then when we return to less than 0.5, it'll be true once, and then it'll stop being true. Logic. So now we've got all of this stuff going on. Here's our crossfades. And this would all sit in a all of this stuff. We might have to do all of this stuff over again. So when we go A equals B, right? So we're assigning all of that stuff. All the frequencies are the same. So let's see. So we're looking at skip smooth. A equals B means we are setting these, the previous one hasn't been calculated out yet. Then we're going to recalculate B and start from where A was. This might mean we can just copy all of this and put it in a logic statement and be fine. So the next thing is to find out whether that's true. That might be all we need to do. So copy. So we've got all this. And then we're calculating all this stuff up. So theoretically, make a little more space. Theoretically, if we just run this, and we've assigned all of these things, but we've assigned it twice. First, before the reassignment of new parameters, and then after. What this may have just done is completely remove the smoothing. It's just going to crossfade uselessly among fixed settings. So what's that going to do? It's still clicking. Oh wait, did we even place it? I feel like I built that. See, this is why I can't help you with the listening to music stuff. I'm sorry, you're going to have to figure that out on your own. I am desperately needing my vacation and I'm not doing things in a smart way. But that's okay. I've only got like 5 hours of stream to go and then I can go and have tacos. That's always fun. Let's see if we fixed it. Or if we have other problems. We kind of have other problems. So what seems to be happening here is this. I'm feeling a low frequency thump in there. That is not great. However, there may be a way of addressing that. It's going to require more work, but you know, I bet there's a way of addressing that. And here is the problem. The problem is we have to switch the frequency from the extreme lows to the extreme highs so suddenly, and then swap the polarity. If we had two sets of filters, that wouldn't be happening. If we had two sets of filters, that's going to be a giant pain in the butt. But I mean, it's not impossible. And it also opens up other possibilities. In particular, one of the possibilities of having two sets of filters is being able to have another control that's like wide. And you swoop that one around, and the next thing you know, you have a really narrow bandpassy sound that can be swept around. Because there's a person that wants to bring all of this into a floor-mounted stomp box. So naturally, the obvious thing I must do is make it difficult for them to make the stomp box by giving them more things that they could do with it, and all of a sudden they have to have multiple pedals and stuff and go completely mad. But who's to, what's wrong with that, I ask you. So here's our current problem. I can make it thump loudly when it goes. So that's not going to be any good. So this actually won't help. But I bet I can think of something to do that would help. However, before I do that, I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee, take another little breather. You can hear I'm not in the best of shape. I do, however, have some confidence that I'm going to be able to make this work. It's just at the cost of running twice as many biquad filters. And like, if that's what the guy wanted, then that's what he can get. Let's fire up my noises again. music is jamming. Sounds like I made a good noise. Enough with that. Back to solving problems. So guess what? It's not actually that hard to duplicate this all over again. We have a thing set up where we can generate new biquad filters. But what if we wanted a high-pass filter? Well, so that don't work, but this would. There we go. So now we will have a biquad filter for low passing and a high quad filter for high passing. And they're all going to follow the same rules because all I have to do is duplicate literally everything that I've already got. And this part, same as before. But otherwise, not so much. Because we're not doing it that way for everything. Mostly what we're going to be doing for everything is a search and replace function. These are just easy enough, simple enough, that I can just type in H instead of B. But for most of this, it's going to be search and replace. So here's our first problem. We don't want to do this, we don't want to do this, and we don't want to do any of this. And we don't want to do that. And we don't want to do this even. ISO frequency. So now we have two. Also, I see there is some chat, so let me see whether I can make any sense of chat. I have no idea what Sebastian is talking about. I have never talked about there being a capsule that uses the same capsule as Neumann's. I have never talked about that in my life. Maybe it was Sweeter that was saying it. I have no idea whether you can do PAF90 in hardware. So that was simple. A bunch of I guess we can start with that. Don't mind me. I'm going to drink some of my coffee. We're getting into the zone where I either have to copy and paste and do a whole bunch of search and replace, or think of something else to do. And I'm pretty much close to halfway through stream. When stream is over, I get to go and have tacos and return in September. So that's exciting. I'm definitely feeling it. What's slowing me down here is that some of these things could be just an additional equal statement, but that might make it more cumbersome to work with. Notably, there will be no difference between what I end up doing and high quad A bichord equals biquad A equals 4.465, etc. There's no reason I couldn't simply do that, but it would be somewhat more cumbersome than just copy and pasting and search and replacing. That said, there might be a slight efficiency boost. So one wonders whether I want a slight efficiency boost. Also, let's do this. No, those are the same things, except that there is a difference in them. Being -1, obviously. But what we must follow that with is logic statements, saying you don't get to go above 1.0, you don't get to go below 0.0. And that gives us essentially the same thing, but as two different variables rather than trying to do it all with one. This is also where we can start doing a convergence using a width control. That could become interesting. Everything just has to be restricted to within the range it can survive in. As don't we all, obviously. So remember how we made high quad? There we are. So that's how we're going to go about doing all of this. We've got a whole extra bank of filters. Everything else about them is going to behave very much the same as before. All of this is going to follow the same rules. All of this is going to follow the same rules. Literally, it's going to be twice as big. It's going to be twice as big of a filter, but that's because it'll be two distinct and discrete filters. All this is going to be doubled as well. Blah, blah, blah. Same with this. And then this works differently. So if we didn't have that, we have just a low pass. It would be just a low pass. Because you see, we have to do dry sample minus input sample after all of the above in order to make it work as the high pass filter. And then we're not using low and high for anything. So do we use the high pass first and then the low pass? That feels like maybe that's the correct answer. Meaning that for this whole big thing, this is actually going to be a nightmare when I go in and do it for the VST version, which is stereo rather than mono, because it means all of this stuff needs to be done over and over and over and over again in order to get it to work. That's awesome. Love it. Love that for me. But this bit can be turned into the high quad filter. It just needs to run first in front of everything else. And then this doesn't apply. So this is straight up a high pass version running just like this. Also, we're probably not going to be reusing outsample here. So let's go about making this be a thing. And you know what? I am going to do the labor-intensive version of we've got so much processing going on that it seems very unpleasant and I don't like it. So maybe we'll do something else. I'm not very happy about the fact that I have to be running two filters constantly. I do not like that very much at all. But I don't see any way around it. I would say, like, don't use this plugin if you don't want to run a kajillion filters. It's all about running far too many filters. But, I mean, what are you going to do? And that's the thing I was talking about. How you need to have separate banks of everything, which we do. We're doing the low pass and the high pass frequencies separately. We have not yet put in a width control. Sebastian, if you were talking to me about the microphones, the brand that I keep going back to, and I would be honestly surprised if it turned out that they use the same capsule. I feel like that can't possibly be true. But when I talk about mic brands that I like, I talk about Roswell. I don't think they use the same capsules as Neumann's. I do like them though. Roswell Audio, Mini K47s are very widely appreciated among a bunch of people whose ears I trust. And for my video making, I use a Roswell Colaris, so Roswell is what you're looking for. See, we got there. We answered. Now this stuff just gets duplicated. And this stuff I hold down in selection, and we do all of that. Now we have high quad updated like this. Did we remember to do it up here? Yes, we did. We don't need switched at all because we're no longer doing that. That can just straight up go away. Bi-quad, high quad. This needs doing over. Because it's got distinct frequencies. This one, we're not simply using the same frequency, so we have to run this all over again. So there's one small change that needs to happen here. Copy, paste, paste again. Select this section from A to G. See, there's the previous G. Option, make it be the high quad, but we're continuing to reuse K and norm. So we don't keep this part. And now all these things are instantiated correctly. Now I have to do this. Honestly, this is such a cumbersome thing. I'm truly not thrilled, but maybe we can kind of do everything. Go from here to there and to there. Copy, paste, paste again, and then this would be the low pass filter section. This would be the interpolation code for the low pass filter section. And this becomes the high pass filter section. Everything above here. Including this bit. Hold down Option and it says in selection, hopefully that will cover it. Hopefully that'll cover it. Let's find out. So we start right off with the double out sample, and then we constantly reuse it. Well, guess what? After having done the high pass, which this is, we now have a high passed version, and then we have this. This is the low pass part. And we do not want to redeclare the variable. And that's probably everything. Let's see how true that was. Ooh, are we not working? No, it seems to be working. So that's a lot of extra controls, but Reso is challenging in this one. Reso is causing the lows to be constantly boosted at a particular frequency. I'm not sure if it's happening the same way in the highs. But then this is a 96K track, so it's possible that it's still happening, but at a frequency beyond what I'm able to hear. Well, it's pretty steep, I know that. So there's the start. Let me go and drink the rest of my coffee and use the restroom again. This is not my most physically sound stream, but there's a reason why I'm taking a vacation after this. Okay, that didn't take all that long. So no more coffee. Can't have any more coffee. Doing poorly enough as it is without having even more coffee. I see we have a lot of chat about mics. Cool. Hope you come up with useful things to think about. Oh, that's the brand? What's the brand? Ribbon? Ribbon's not a brand. Seriously? Ribbon's a type. Well, fair enough, though. I mean, if that's what you needed to be thinking of, then that's fine. Or are we that slow that you just heard me talking Roswell just now? That would be crazy if the stream was that completely delayed. Wow. Well, fair enough. No, everything's getting blurred for me. Like I've been saying over and over, there's a reason that I'm going to see you guys in September after having dropped it to tape 7. That said, this is going reasonably well. I feel like the using a resonance is not going to work for me here. I think we need to stop that part. Instead, maybe do something different. Like if we do, oh, we can make it be the IQ-ophone. It can be labeled I and Q. That would be amusing. Two knobs, each with one letter, and we're starting this one at 0. But what it represents is tightening the bandwidth. So we're going to close this. And let's see if we can make this work in an interesting and amusing way. Because we got this going on, right? So that's cool. But then we don't want to use this. And we don't need to use that. And we never want to use this again, because it doesn't work for this plugin. Okay, so when this sweeps up, so this technique is what I used in order to make them scale more usefully. And then the maximum sweep does in fact go to the maximum frequency. It just cuts in sooner when you have a high sample rate. The lower frequency, on the other hand, gets restricted. And I don't think that scales very well. And it's engaged on the high pass. And if you move the sweep around, it's probably going to do crazy things if it crosses over particularly low on the high pass. Although we can experiment to see what happens, though. Here's a simple dividing by 2. And we'll see whether we can sweep it down to silence this time. But we're also looking into this. The question here becomes, if we are cutting back the frequencies, in which ways do we add and or subtract them? We would like it to return to a frequency where if we have the cue cranked up all the way, it tries to isolate it to exactly the frequency that is set. Meaning, if you have it set in the middle, we're at only a mid-range frequency. If we have it set at 0, then the low pass is fully maxed out and the high pass is at its minimum setting. If we had it set to its highest setting, then the low pass is not engaged and the high pass is swept up as high as it will go. That's what we're trying to make happen with Q. So, see whether we can get this frickin' thing working properly. And I'm reasonably confident that if I just run it now, it's going to be fine. I just took away the reso, but I haven't added anything. So Q goes from 0 to 1. What needs to happen? High quad is the high pass, biquad is the low pass. If Q is turned up all the way, drawing a blank. Well, let's sit here and stare at the wall for a while talking about the problem which I face. So I have a control. It is labeled Q. It has to be able to control the bandwidth of the parameters, such that if I have it turned up all the way, it's going to sweep these things differently. So what that's going to do is presumably make the low pass sweep at its fullest crank from halfway to full. Make the high pass go at its fullest crank from halfway to full. But full means opposite things for each of these filters. One of them is at full when it's at 0. The other is at full when it is at 1. So we need to crossfade from the existing behavior where it's basically doing the full width and then cutting off. Bring in the cue and bring in the extremes to be tightened up to the point where they intersect at the middle, and then it goes from either side, acts like a bandpass filter, acts like you're sweeping that up to top or bottom. Because it needs to be able to do that. It needs to be able to turn into a bandpass filter even though it's not one. I'll probably have to add a power factor thing to that as well, because otherwise it'll kick in way too early. So Q at 1, Q at 1. Q at 1 means it needs to be able to manipulate each of these from basically halfway. Because if you have it set in the middle, that's halfway. And if you have it set in the middle with Q absolutely maxed out, it's cutting off both the high pass and the low pass. Well, I can tell you one thing I can do, which is try to make it happen with an algorithm without worrying about switching back and forth between Q and non-Q. Let's see whether we can make that happen, shall we? Let's see if we can make any of this work. Here's where we started. So if we were going to do the low pass goes from okay. Low pass does this. Look at that. If we were going to do the high pass in the same way, well, gosh, I guess the same thing qualifies, doesn't it? Let's see whether this works. This is simpler than I expected. So did this just give us a narrow little bandpass? You are wrong, I did not. Those are hard, man. Those are hard. Is this now a bandpass? Well, I'm happy how it's lower frequency now. Heinbach has a lot more money than me, man. Wonder how loud this is. Okay, we can get some pretty massive clipping out of this. Might be worth putting a safety clip in. That's some pretty big spiky lows. We're like 12 dB up. So that worked. And if that worked, we can get there through figuring out how to make the rest of it work. Don't mind me whimpering and moaning. We'll get there. We'll get there. So we start with that. We're going to be using this. So that's what we use when we have it fully cranked up to its maximum resonant point. I don't remember Roswell doing kits, but then I'm maybe not up to speed, as always. And then with this needs to be multiplied by something too. So we need even more parentheses. Oh, look, that's exactly the same as it was. Cool. So that's on the messy looking side, but it ought to work. Let's find out if that's even true. And what it does. Remembering, of course, Alien Kittens is challenging for this kind of thing. I am tempted to include a clip-only to output clipping stage, given how hot it hits with some of these sounds. I think we got there. That appears to be the stuff I need. I feel like I can make the steepness of the Q sharper, but I'm not sure if I even need to do that. So if I make the steepness of the Q sharper, it'll take longer to get to this stage. There's a neat linearity here. Ow. Wow, okay, 198. 33. Yeah, look at these numbers I'm producing. 73 dB. 124 dB. Yeah, we need to put clip only 2 in here. Probably needed to put it into Isolator too, but we need to put it into here. However, that is fairly straightforward. It's in a recent plugin. That ain't it. Actually, that is it. But that ain't the AU version of it. We need clip only. Because peaks of 128 dB higher than 0, no bueno, not okay. That is too much, that is too loud. I'm not monitoring loudly enough for it to have broken anything in here, but that's the kind of thing where you can break something in here. Oh, and look at that, we're apparently running stereo. So we're going to skip that part. Up here to here. There we are. Because that was a chunky bunch of nonsense right there. And we're going to force it to do the same horrible things and see whether it breaks permanently or not. My guess is going to be not. I think including this is going to help protect it from being horribly broken. But we'll find out. And so much for that. Down we go to here. Here's our end result. And we do not use this part. And the only part we need to change here is that part. The rest of these can be named whatever we want them to be named. It's fine. Ooh, spacing was not declared in this scope. What is this spacing? What is the spacing of which you speak? Let's go and see what the heck that's about. I bet it's declared up here. It is. There we go. Now let's try building. There we go, got there. Now, we should be able to avoid getting those horrible giant spikes of near infinite volume, although it will still sound gnarly as anything. Interesting. Okay, didn't expect that. Okay. So apparently if you snap to different settings, weird crap happens. Not that time. Ooh, it doesn't like being swept up to full crank, does it? Doesn't like that much at all. Well, we're not getting any clipping. We can make it silence itself. See, this is me just clicking on new settings. Okay, so essentially the deal with this now is if you throw it into like VCV Rack or something and start throwing a really aggressive modulation on it, it flips the heck out. It is a very unpleasantly behaved little thing, which I'm like, okay. I guess it slaps. It slaps my ears pretty hard. That was weird. Alrighty then. Can we do it again? That's unexpected. And this is going to be something having to do with the buffer too. Weird. How about at a wider cue? Okay, that's the bass version, apparently. Okay, that time it just kind of thumped. Okay, it just goes whump. It went boop. I got a boop. I'm not sure I believe what I'm hearing. This thing's a monster. What the actual hell? It's like frickin' Autechre in a box, man. Or Aphex Twins pet toy to throw over main PA speakers. I'm definitely a little worried about the intensity of noises this thing can put out. I fear that it's able to throw intersample peaks that are too hot. And there's no way for me to really test it, because I don't have a way of recording a series of moves and assigning them to it, other than if I, oh God, oh dearie me. You realize what we must do. We must throw in a randomizer. Let's see what happens. So this is getting really scary. So bearing in mind the way this has to work is by crossfading between biquad parameters. And the biquad parameters, well, firstly, param A is the one that we must work from. See, we're doing a lot of this stuff based on this. So seeing as we're using this in so many places, this is now functionally equivalent to what we had before. Also, those can be lined up like that. And I don't think we actually have to worry about double checking. Like ISO-freq can be higher than 1, but it can't ever be lower than 0, and ISO-freq can be lower than 0, but it can't ever be higher than 1. So here's where things get a little wacky. FPD is our randomness value. In fact, I think we even have a scaled version of it. It is, I think, an unsigned int, so it's always positive. And in a previous project, namely this one, we should have a reference to it that is scaled to make everything between 0 and 1. Do we? Yes. So in this flutter control, we're doing 0.24 balanced out by a random factor close to 0.74, not quite. But that means that FPDL divided by uint32 max goes between 0 and 1. So you realize this means war. I mean, you realize what we have to do next. Scroll up. But then this should logically mean, well, hang on a second. So now every time we go through the filter, R is equal to a random number, because we're generating random numbers this way. So then what do? We do this. I'll simplify it probably later. And we have that. And then we have that. I don't know how much sense all of this makes, but now F is, well, hang on. No, that's still good, I think. Oh, no, it's not. No, that's not good. Wait a moment. My parens are in the wrong places. There. So F is either param A, which is our sweep thing, or if we start turning up param C, it starts getting replaced with a proportion of R, which is a 0 to 1 thoroughly random number that is always going at full crank at whatever the buffer speed is. And that is going to produce terrifying things. How terrifying? Let's find out. This could be a horrible little device. So, this is currently at 0. That works normally. And this works fully normally. If we do it at full Q, it's now a bandpass. But then as we start bringing in this currently unnamed control, there's a thing. Don't mention tacos. I want tacos now. Okay, so that's intense. Useful, on the other hand, I don't know about that. It is possible that I need to just have it be yank the eye control around in order to make the terrible things happen, because it is modulating too quickly. What happens if we have the semi-resonant? So if it was exactly half of I, so let's play with it some more. So if it was exactly half of I, that would limit how high of a number it could be. We can see what it does if it does this. No, it is tending to be restricted. Yeah, I am not as happy with it as I had hoped it would be. It's just too chaotic. So maybe I need to slow it down. We can get a little crunchy. Let's do both. We do both. What happens if we use both? What do we get then? I'll tell you what, probably nothing all that exciting, but we'll see. I have used boundary mics, yes. No. That's kind of dumb. I do not think that's actually going to be useful. That said, it will remain accessible if anybody is willing to go hard enough in trying to make that kind of nonsense happen. But building in the random source is not actually doing what I'd hoped. Because when I was wailing around with the control, wailing around with the mouse like that, I was getting a widely dispersed character of weird things happening. For instance, if I snapped it from one setting to another, you'd get this sort of like noise, or different kinds of whumps, different kinds of weird sounds. And when you just plain randomize it at every delay buffer, throwing a random new setting, it's just the same sound of chaos. It's not the different sounds of chaos that I was hoping for. It's just the same sounds of chaos. So I think we're going to leave that control unlabeled, because it's not going to get used. But it was a try. It was something to try. No more R. No more crossfading between that and R. Just this now. Yeah, you would not want a slew limit for getting this effect. For this effect, you want not to have a slew limit. Because it is designed so that if you move it gently, it acts normal. But then you can do this. The idea is that to be able to do those silly things. And granted, that's just another noise, but and then you should be able to return to just gently moving it. Back to full. So yeah. The possibilities of doing really glitchy stuff with this seems decent. It seems to lend itself to this. This is why I had to add clip only 2 at the end of it, because this will glitch out very aggressively. And it does not like being modulated abruptly. So if you want it to act nicely, you have to be gentle. If you don't want it to act nicely, you get that. So yeah, the biquad filters don't like being modulated. Did you notice? Did you notice that was a thing? Because I gotta say, I kind of have to notice that that becomes very ill very quickly. Let's do a super wide but not full width. Ooh, a boop. I got a boop. There's another. You probably heard that. Booped, booped. I don't know quite what was causing that, but I don't care. Because that would be within the realm of my hopes for this ridiculous thing. We have an Isolator 3 for September. It's not happening before September because this coming Sunday, I guess it would be, you're getting to tape 7, which I have not attempted to do anything as silly as this with it. But this is going in the bin. This is going in the bin for getting to have it, and we're going to spend some time the rest of the day going through the grueling process of making the VST2 version of it. Because I want this. I want this silly little plugin. And yeah, Squip Blurg Thwip is very much how I would describe it. However, it likes it being slightly less Q. Nice, okay. And on that note, let's get back to the actual coding of it, because I am satisfied. I am satisfied that this is a monster that people will enjoy. Who knew when you threw that many biquad filters onto each other and started modulating them, in the way that we're doing, that such horrifying things could happen. And yet there we are. It got there. Terrifying. Oh, it's actually a very thoroughly digital bubble bath, to be perfectly honest with you. But the horrifying nature of it is not to be overlooked. It needs only 2 parameters. Just like that there. Defaults to 0.5 and 0, which is full extension. And yeah, I wouldn't have turned to this for that sort of thing either. Who knew? But who boy. And look at all the look at all the frickin' filters we have to use to do that. We have to apply far too many filters to make it happen. Oh, I'm not doing biquad nonlinear with it. I can't actually do biquad nonlinear with this because it is too steep of a filter. It is a composite filter with a zillion cajillion biquads all stacked up at different resonant frequencies. And we're not even modulating the resonant frequencies. Oh yeah, fair enough, fair enough. By all means, do experiments. I don't understand what you mean. In no way have I deleted Flutter algorithm. In fact, the 2-tape Flutter is going to be better than ever, although you still get Flutter 2. But the one that goes into 2-tape tries to be more in phase and out of phase. Anywho, let's see. How's this doing? Do I have anything else I must do? This might be us completed. Let's find out. Oh, and let's do it on rock and roll noises instead. See what that happens, because that's going to be different, but still completely messed up. Okay. I call that proof of concept. So if you automated these, you could snap it back and forth between relatively normal acting and all manner of really horrifying effects. So because there's our very exaggerated isolation filter. But then if you get very filtery, and there's our little glitchy noises and things in there. It does seem to be able to throw odd little artifact frequencies, which would basically be my hope of doing that kind of nonsense. And yeah. So I'm going to call that successfully concluded. And that you can make it behave normally, but you can sure also make it behave abnormally. And that means we need to go and try to make the VST version of it, which will largely be done with a similar process. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're getting around to, well, I mean, it depends. Like, who was that there much earlier in stream? Food, Water, Music might not have lasted the pace. Or maybe they're still there and just being very frustrated. We shall see. I never promised this was going to be a listening to listener music stream. I said I could probably get around to it, but this comes first. And this turned into a monster. So there is that. And this will be quite a lot of fun to play with once we finally get it done. The guy that was asking for it probably had no idea this would happen. There's a person on the Facebook group that is asking, it's not even my Facebook group, who was asking for Isolator as a single knob. But you can do a lot more than just Isolator with a single knob. And Isolator with a single knob turns out to act kind of crazy when you get rough with it. They wanted to build it into some kind of hardware box. I am now imagining that person building it into a hardware box and then adding the additional control, having it be on a slider, and then taking it out live somewhere and being like, and having the PA system goddamn explode. That would be wild. It's Aphex Twin territory right there. And yeah, digital sounding. It's a big pile of nonsense, this one. This one is potentially a very big pile of very big nonsense. All in good fun. And so now we try to make the VST version. Also, I could make the VST version and see if it acts any differently in Twisted Wave. Because Twisted Wave is a little buffery. The buffers of it freak out, and that's kind of a requirement for this, doing that stuff. I'm pretty sure if you had different buffer lengths, the behavior it produces would also become different. So it's possible that under some circumstances you won't be able to make it go crazy. And under other circumstances, it's very easy to make it go crazy. It'll depend. It is designed to do a certain thing, and it can misbehave under certain circumstances which are not entirely under my control. We shall see. And it'll be interesting to find out whether it does in fact act differently in VST form. But yeah, we invented a cool thing. A scary and cool thing. My only regret is that I wasn't able to make the randomness one do any buffer. I have no idea what a double-sided SA buffer is. Not so much sampling rates as buffer sizes. I will say this. Maybe to some extent it'll work in different ways at different sampling rates, but it will work in very different ways at different buffer sizes. Yeah. Double-sided SA buffer power sag buffer use. I still have no idea what that means. Sometimes that is just how that rolls. Like, you might be a very clever Airwindows fan, and I'm just not keeping up with you. Ever thought about that? Maybe you're way smarter than me. Maybe you need to be making your own plugins that I can download and get excited about. Stranger things have happened. And look, on this modular system, I have multiple modules by somebody who was an Airwindows fan from way back and went into making hardware modules and did all manner of stuff that I couldn't begin to do. And I'm very excited about those things. So it is not unthinkable that somebody all excited about the stuff that I make might also be able to zip off and do their own thing and come up with something that I'm very excited about. Those are the coolest things ever. I love it when that happens. It's my favorite thing. Speaking of favorite things, oh wait, that's not what I meant to do at all. Isolator 2 AU form needs to be made into Isolator 2 VST form, which it's been so long since I touched it that I barely even know what to do with it. And once I have it up and running, I will start modifying everything. No. Isolator 3. So now let's see whether, like, if the earlier fella in there who was all posting stuff that he wanted me to listen to comes back If you come back, say so. So we may very well be able to get a working version of this. And I'll call that good enough. Command I. And Command I. Wait, that's not supposed to happen. I did it wrong. This is what I was supposed to do. But there we go. Okay, so that's the start. I'm going to stand up and stretch for a moment. That's a little better. And Entrave, it kind of is. It kind of is. This one is getting born from a previous one. So here's a previous one. And then we're going to have some changes in things. And we're going to adapt it to its new purpose. Since I already know what it's going to end up being, I'm going to skip ahead. I know it's only going to have 2 parameters. I know it's ISO N. This is how those parameters work. I'm going to copy all of this stuff down to here. And then we're not going to keep these because we're not using them. But we're going to make some more that we are going to be using. So this is how that works. We got biquad and then we got high quad. We can't redefine those, but we can. Oh, that's not supposed to be capitalized. Why did I have it be capitalized? But now we have the biquad filters and the high quad filters, and those are high passes. Yeah, don't know anything about MEMS microphones. I don't think we have a blessed thing other than the biquads in there. So that part's going to be fine. I know we're going to have 0.5 and 0 as the startup values. I know we're going to do this stuff, but not the high and low because we're not using that bit yet. And then likewise, we're going to do high quads as well as biquads. Why am I capitalizing it? But that's it. Other than that, that looks still to be fine. And now we only have A and B, so all this needs to get shrunk down. Because we're not using any of that other stuff. We are only using A and B. It has to only talk about A and B. There's our label. That's what it's called. Our values are very normal. The additional label text on the end of it does not become a thing. Technically, we don't even need this being done this way. Oh, the headphone thing is ready to go, but that's going to be September. If you didn't catch the stream on Tuesday, the stream on Tuesday is when I finished up the headphone thing, although I didn't have much of a way of demonstrating it, because I wasn't working with it. Maybe I'll be able to demonstrate it a little bit now. I have it on my main stream now. Would you like to hear it? Let's bounce over to, yeah, would you like to hear it? I'll set it up through audio. So this should be output to the stream directly. That said, I need to fix some of this because I'm not able to hear that. So if I put it through the computer monitor, oh, that didn't do nothing. Let's switch over to this. So, raw signal. Are you listening through headphones right now? I should pick something else. That's got too much reverb going on with it already. We've been listening to a whole bunch of Discord, so there is an example of what you've heard many, many times. And I bet I have to load the, yeah, I have to refresh the VST list. So we'll be doing that while I fuss with this a little bit more. And when it's finished doing its thing, I'll get back to it. And I will show you the headphone thing that I made. That is not coming up this coming weekend because you're getting to tape. But in September, if all goes well, we can start pumping out some of these other ones. We'll have an embarrassment of riches and be doing all kinds of exciting stuff. So let's see, this is now done. And we have to switch over to here. And start by making this match, which is fairly straightforward though. And we need the in frames to process. And here's the stuff that goes before a while sample frames. But we're going to skip some of it. We'll do this bit by bit. Ooh, ready to switch over to the other thing again. So, you've heard this. He says, while clicking it, and I am on OBS. Oops. You've heard this. Well, if you instead had the headphone processing, and it's not showing it in recent effects, but I'll get there. What did we call it? Can't remember what I'm even working on. Oh, we called it cans. you can do this. So that is for the purpose of smoothing out the sound in such a way that it's easier to hear what's going on in the peak energy over headphones. And if you switched it over to use it as like a full reverb effect,
they all join their hands to set up a chant.
You can pick a different virtual room.
And his moves right through the screen like horror from Japan. And they sang his word, welcome home. We're all so glad you're here.
And you can pick different amounts of damping.
His word, welcome home.
Including lots and lots of damping.
Don't you dare be sad. This party's done. 'Cause there's chaos to be had.
And you can pick either no crossfading, which means everything is dual mono, and all the reverb tails will sit with the things that made them. Or lots of crossfading, meaning everything's going to be dragged into the center. And if you set it just right, you can get pretty close to exactly back in the center again. But in this version, you can't double-click things to set them to the middle. And 0.5 right down the line is intended to be a pretty accurate and close neutral zone. And yep, so that's cans. Cans is coming. You will get to use cans for when you're mixing over headphones, and the options in the cans that lives in monitoring are not enough, because that's a much subtler effect. A much subtler effect. I'm going to be running this after monitoring and after meter. Because anytime I want to use it, I'm going to want it to be pretty obvious. And it'll be really important to remember to switch it off when bouncing the final result, because it is a really aggressive alteration of the sound, designed so that you can kind of make sounds and have them work. They're only to a point, Antrave, only to a point. Peaks only is a bunch of all passes and a bunch of dynamic exaggeration. That's why it's called peaks only rather than all passes only. It's peaks only tries to really lean the sound out a whole bunch. Whereas what that one is doing is it's a 4x4 dual mono reverb algorithm in a very small room. And you get to turn a bunch of them over to becoming all passes. If you wanted it to be maximum peaks only, turn the diffusion up even higher. It defaults to 0.5. That equates to about 5 all passes out of the total of 16. and it switches over the smallest ones first. The more all passes you use, the more peaks only like it's going to act, but there's a sonic cost to that as well. It turns it into a sort of thickened texture rather than a reasonable, realistic sound. That said, where are we at with this? If I copy this, I will have Isolator 2 from overall scale down to while sample frames. So let's do that. Boop. And we're going to leave the rest of it alone, I think. And then we're going to take all of this stuff and go from sample frames. In this, well, no, we do use dry sample, don't we? Because dry sample is part of how we get the high pass. So that's fair. And we're going to keep the sample frames temp stuff here. And we're just going to copy everything up to this point and paste it. So did we start with the dry sample? Yeah, just outside it. So now we've got the Isolator 2 filter in there, and now we put this away. Because now what we want to look at is the AU version of the one we just made, because there are many differences, all of which need to be included. So here's where we started. We've done this part, but we didn't do this part, did we? Because Isolator 2 doesn't have clipping, because Isolator 2, I never really worked out ways of intentionally making it glitch out. So let's go step by step again. All of that looks about right. See, it looks about the same. But we need this. But we don't just only need this, do we? We need both versions of it. However, that should be fairly straightforward. We'll kind of go from there. We're going to need to copy this from somewhere else. However, that part, not difficult. We can copy it from the Isolator. And there we go. So we got that much. We need to go back into here. My stomach is rumbling and complaining because I need my tacos, man. But one thing at a time. I can't have my tacos yet. Not yet. Got work to do. This also looks the same as it's supposed to, but we need this part. And then we're going to duplicate that. And we're going to duplicate this. We need our full stereo version of this. And there it be. So that's the stuff we needed to do in this section. I don't believe anything further needs to be done. I didn't have that included because it didn't live in the original Isolator filter. Or Isolator 2, which is not the original. Original would be the first one. And now we scroll down, and here we are with this stuff. This stuff counts for both versions, but then there's other stuff that doesn't count for both versions. Ooh, neat, Sebastian. You emailed Roswell and they got right back to you? That's very cool. That's very cool. When I can do that, I will. When I can't do that, I don't. But it's always very nice when people are responsive. You got to try to avoid giving the impression that you are sitting by the phone, hovering over it, attending to people. If it's not healthy for you to do that, it's a good idea not to. So let's see. Here's the madness we got up to. All of these parameters and things. Excuse my rumbling. Oh, I also need spacing. All of this stuff will replace this stuff. And these references to high quad don't exist here. So basically I need to take this and replace the get parameter with just the letter from spacing on down. I need a reference to spacing. And we need all of these and all of these up to and including everywhere it says high quad, because we now have that going on too. And then we need to generate this stuff because we're now doing this with high quad as well as biquad, because we have whole separate filters going on. And it's going to go, I think, all the way down to where it says while end sample frames. So basically I copy this and I replace everything that I've done, probably from overall scale on down. Yep. With my new stuff. And I scroll back up through all of that, because this needs to be changed to A, and that needs to be changed to B, at which point that now matches. Nerd Warrior, you could do either of those two things. You could download the binary, or you can download the source and try building it. If you download the source and try building it, that means you get to play with it if you want. And K Cathedral 3 is out, if I'm not mistaken, so you can just use that now. So let's see. So from overall scale, down to while sample frames. Again, because remember we have two versions of this. Overall scale, down to sample frames for the 64-bit VST. Cream code is completely different from K Cathedral 3. So now we've got Isolator 3 proc, the 32-bit floating point version. Scroll all the way down to here. After having done all this other stuff, My back is hurting a little bit, but there's nothing much to be done about that. And here we have the audio unit version of this and the non-audio unit version of this. This is mono, this is stereo. So this stuff is going to be ready to, it's ready to be used with the other version. High quad A, biquad A 0, 1, 2, and 1 and 2, those are parameters rather than saved values. So they're the same whether it is a stereo biquad filter or a mono biquad filter. Honestly, I could save a little memory space by having all these arrays have fewer of the... They're all running a little fatter than they would have to be because the mono ones are giving space to the stereo calculations. That said, it's not a huge difference. The upshot of that is from double temp on down, and I don't use double temp because you see there's a tiny difference. It says end sample frames or sample frames. These are not the same. And where it says this is the interpolation code. Oh, I see something. This might be simpler than I thought. See where I've got it doing, everything says high quad, but otherwise it's exactly the same. And then zoop, we scroll down a little bit here, and here's stuff that says double out sample, input sample and stuff, and it says high quad A, B, C, D. From here on down, this is where to set up the filter parameters using this number that we have here. And then this is the actual filter. And this we don't actually include, so I'll scoot that back. We're going to skip this. See something familiar? It's a biquad filter, but it's in stereo. Other than that, it acts and looks exactly the same. So it's going to take a lot of space, but it's going to do basically the same thing right up to the point where it does this. No bypass, no reference to dry sample. This is effectively the same thing as getting up to this point. So between these 2 points, and I'll leave this big amount of space here, and I'm going to scroll up to here, and I'm going to copy, I'm going to paste, and then I'm going to paste again. So now we have one that's marked biquad A through G. That happens at the end, and after that we're going to put in the we're going to go into like 2 tape 7 and get the clipper out of there. But this goes between these two things. And I tell you why, and we're probably done with that part. So this was the output filter. And when we get all the way up to the top, we don't actually have to redeclare outsample because it already exists. And this is the biquad, and this is the low-pass filter, and this is all of that stuff. But then we have all this space. And here's where we do L and R here. because this up above is the top. And remember how we have a biquad and a high quad, and it should be all set up to work. If I scroll up here and then do a find and replace, hold down Option so it says in selection and go boop, we may be done. Or done for values of done, meaning I can now copy this to the 64-bit version. But this was the making the variables for the filter for the high quad version. Temp is included. We instantiate outsample, and then we do this entire thing. And this is the high pass version. Actually, let's start over. We'll have an appropriate amount of space between these two things. But this concludes the high pass filter. And then doing this means we've just subtracted what we filtered, making it be the high pass filter. Then we go into the low pass filter after that. So fairly straightforward, I think. It's big and cumbersome and takes up a bunch of space, but that's what it is. Well, no, let's do the rest of it while we're at it. I think I can open the VST version of 2Tape 7. Let's scroll up and see if I have everything covered. I need to have a spacing for that to work. I think that's all I need to have that work. And then at the end of this one, I have to put this same piece of information. See, there's the biquads. Here's all the craziness. This is where it gets messy. And then we copy this chunk of code from beginning clip only to stereo to end clip only to stereo. Copy that. Won't matter which one we get it from. Paste. And that should be our clipper. So now that we've got that done, now is when we go from double temp, double sample frames in frames to process, all the way down to where our filter and then clip only, and then begin 32-bit floating point dither. So copy everything from there. And now we're down to where the calculation for the 64-bit version lives. And we go from temp to begin 64-bit floating point dither, do a paste. And now that should match as well. And I think I have already done the, yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it. About halfway up is where those are crossed over. It's a little hard to tell which one says biquad and which one says high quad, but that's just maybe. Build, please. It succeeded with 3 warnings, which are meaningless warnings, and second build it is fine. And now we find out if that worked. I think it's fairly likely it did, so just in case it did, we're going to copy it over here. Copy it into VST. And we have a very familiar noise with alien kittens. We're going to reproduce that noise and see if the VST does the same thing. And then it can do that thing. So that's the audio unit. What happened? I don't know if I can click on the path in the VST and make it jump, but we'll find out. And so that was Isolator 3. In this old version, it should be able to load right up because I don't actually have to load a new version that way. And here is us reproducing what happened the first time. And it's doing the same things. Lovely. That is exactly the same madness that it was before. Got there. Got there. Alrighty. So let's quit out of here. We've made a plugin today. We've made Isolator 3 today and discovered that it was a horrifying glitch monster on top of being a isolator filter for the guy that wanted a one knob version. That's nice. That is nice to find. So we're going to probably walk through a couple of these beginner things. Woo is justified. DRes 3, is apparently finding a cool thing to do with that. Good. Good for you. Find cool things to do with the things. Cream coat would not necessarily render clear coat redundant because you might want the simpler algorithm. I would certainly check trying cream coat in any situation where you would otherwise go with clear coat. I would figure that there would potentially be the opportunity of getting better sounds that way, but clear coat is a simpler version of the algorithm. So yeah. Scrolling back into the chat a little bit to see what's going on. And yeah, an interesting observation, sweeter than anything, is that you might well find that the new Cans plugin will work better for an algorithmic room ambience reverb than anything else, including clear coat. I might have actually been able to make that even better for that purpose. You just run it full wet and send stuff to it, and that might do the trick. You'd probably want to still use an instance of it if you're mixing in headphones, though. But yeah. Also, further scroll back question, high biquad and low biquad are using a different buffer. Let me continue scrolling, catch up. There we go. Nerd Warrior, you must understand that all of my stuff in the form that you see it is all MIT licensed open source. So repackaging MIT licensed open source, as long as the copyright information is retained, that is completely justifiable. It is not a problem to redistribute Airwindows stuff. I encourage it. I like that. So now let's see where we're at. Yeah, and I think it is very likely, I would certainly reach for cream coat first. Well, hang on. Yeah, I would reach for cream coat first before clear coat. I wouldn't necessarily reach for cloud coat, which is the all-pass version. So yeah, it's kind of like that. So while we're at it, it's about 2 hours from end of stream. Honestly, this has all been going pretty well. I am actually going to fuss with some of my controls and things. I'm just messing with a window that I'm not in. So let's see. So one thing I'll be wanting to do is this. That stops the Isolator filter from having a build folder because I have built the plugins I need in it. And then we're going to scoot through the building Windows and Linux VST process for these, because that's happening next. Because that's one of the things I'm going to be wanting. Although maybe not just yet. I'm fooling with my card. And how do we do this? By opening this stuff up and then following my procedure for building the Windows version. And once I finish following that procedure, I'm going to follow the procedure for building the Linux version, and then maybe I'll even do the second Linux version and be most of the way done with actually having it completed. I'd like that before the end of the day. It'd be nice to finish up stream being oh, listen, we're getting it through the full size speakers this time. Projects. And here's how we go through doing this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the big speakers back. I don't know anything about engineering filters. So let's see. Open. Control-Shift-O. My back and arms are hurting me. See. Step. Isolator 3, 32. And then next, Isolator 3, 64. Option Shift A. Got to load up the files that I dragged in. Then hit build for the first time. Jess, I think that is actually true. I'm not sure you can do a filter without a previous memory of some kind to work. I can't think of one. I can't think of one that wouldn't require some form of, even an FIR filter contains some degree of memory in the sense of its little buffer zone that it calculates stuff from. And an IIR filter contains a variable that sort of chases the value that you're using. So let's see, successfully having built Isolator 3, 32, .364, also known as the modern Windows. Set to 64-bit build. Go. One succeeded build. That's not a very challenging count for counting to, but that's fine. Release. Here they are. Here's our Windows versions. Oop, shouldn't have hit space or shift. I should hit control because control lets me discontinuously select. Discontiguously, I think. Click. Hold down for a while the Parallels desktop figures out what it's doing, and then if it shows me the little folder icon, it means it will copy those out to macOS. I put them into the VST plugins, not that I really do anything in here. More control clicking for discontinuous selections, and delete of this. And then I got to go up one step. One of the things about Windows is it does not make your cursor thing disappear when you've typed under it, so it makes it more difficult to read, which is something that macOS does. Maybe Windows people get frustrated when they have something like that and then their cursor went away because you're theoretically typing underneath it. Anywho, this gets dragged to the desktop as well. Again, it'll show a little folder if it's able to drag and copy something. This gets deleted. Delete. At which point we are done with this little world. Goodbye, Windows, for another day. Takes it a while. It is a legal copy of Windows 7, but I can't let it connect to the internet because I fear that Microsoft will sabotage it somehow to try to force me to move to Windows 8 or 9 or whatever. And I don't like that, so I don't let it talk to the internets. It stays in a little time capsule. It's air-gapped. And now we option drag this to the Windows collection, but then we take away some of this extra stuff for the Linux collection, like that. And these. Linux only needs these files. But there's more in there that you don't see. And we're going to get around to that in a minute. Here's my little SD card. Oh, by the way, I see chat is moving, so I'll glance up and see what we've got going on. You are completely mistaken. Butterworth is a specific slope. Butterworth is exactly the deep B per octave that will have a single instance of, like, Butterworth means the exact resonance to not have a bump at the resonant frequency. It's exactly 0.7071. Anything steeper than that isn't Butterworth anymore. So just a point there. And Chebyshev, you probably mean Chebyshev. That is a different filter. I'm not sure whether that qualifies in being exactly a slope. So that's a little mixed up. That's one of the things that Slipperman talks about, using weird resonances against other things. Ah, Jess, you have an even cleverer method of solving that. My method is just not letting the thing talk to the internet. So here we go for a little more stuff to do. We'll start by copying these, or not even copying, we're going to move these over to the shuttle so that we can bring them over to the big computer and have everything be ready to go. May or may not go through the entire process today. Nothing's really stopping me from doing it. I guess if my friend from earlier who wanted me to listen to his music shows back up again, maybe we'll do a derail. Failing that, I can just walk through all of the steps. We have exactly one new plugin to play with. So here's the rest of that process. Here's where the source code goes. So first thing I'm going to do is edit this. Isolator 3 is what we're going to want to be creating. Save and quit. And then drag this to the shuttle. But I'm not moving it. In this case, I'm only copying. Leaving the one that's there where it is. And then here is our newly made version of the Linux version. And again, we are dragging it so it copies. Mac version, AU, that is. VST version. Windows version. So this is what goes into the source code on GitHub. This is the stuff that you end up being able to see on the internet. It's where it initially comes from. The signed Mac versions get extra work done to them. But this is now my little source code collection getting ready to be made into the final version. And having done this, we eject the little shuttle and fire up our Linux. And this is going to take a while to build, but that's okay. So will the Raspberry Pi. It'll be a little quicker in the Raspberry Pi. And now we put this in again, and this time it's going to load up inside the virtual Linux machine. It'll appear over here in Copia's free time. There we go. And so we go into our Airwindows folder and the Linux folder and start copying these things around. Nerd Warrior, you're talking about Bacon Paul, and Bacon Paul is somebody who I absolutely and totally love. Bacon Paul is awesome. He has done many other things besides just that. Bacon Paul is the person who put together Airwindows Consolidated, which is the same thing in Rack, but even more so for use with just VST3 and the clap plugin format and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, no, Nerd Warrior, I'm very familiar with Paul. Paul's one of my favorite people. Paul, if you're out there, yay! Anyways, copy and stuff. Let's copy this. Replace. And now I go in here and open a terminal. Because here's the thing. It's got extra files in there. It's got a folder. It's got .ds store. It's got a bunch of things that it will not work properly if I leave those there. But I can do this, rm-r dot asterisk. And it has to be dot asterisk rather than just asterisk. RMR asterisk means delete my entire hard drive. Terrifying stuff. You never want that. But we didn't do it this time. Some Linux versions have a no total clobber thing where if RMR asterisk exists and you try to run it, something else happens other than delete my entire hard drive. But technically for a Linux device that doesn't have that, it would indeed delete your entire hard drive because you're like, well, that's what you asked me to do. Here's source. There's where Isolator lives. And now that we've cleaned up this area, we can drag this over here. And as long as we're not selecting this, meaning it goes into that folder, we get Isolator 3 right there. And at that point, we're ready to get this rolling. The end result will go here. And off we go. So at this point, I'm going to, let me make a cup of herbal tea for myself. This has been a pretty good day as far as making delightful new craziness that you can have as a plugin, and effectively doing the thing that the guy wanted me to do as far as making a plugin with a one knob isolator filter, except for that I made it even more established than that and cooler things even than that. And what's not to like? So I'll make Celestial Seasonings Tension Tamer. That's a favorite kind of herbal tea of mine. And what I'll do is switch over to the display mode, and we're going to bounce back to our funky noises again. But I'll run this so that I can hear a little bit of it. And we're going to skip right over to the end. You may hear in the background that the laptop is ramping up because it's busily building things in the Linux environment. So it's going to run its little fan like crazy for a while there. And that's fine. It is what it is. Recent effects meter. And I'll be back with my cup of tea after a bit of going and making a cup of tea. And once we've finished with the Linux build, we'll do the Raspberry Pi build, and then we'll do the signed builds. And everything will be ready. And that'll finish up, we'll probably still have a little time. Anyways, back in a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what this is minimal acid. Especially the weird voice stuff. By the way, coding stream, it's still building. See? Good enough. So there's a thing. I also have something I'm interested in doing before Sunday. Or rather, before Saturday. So this might be a fine time for me to do it while the VSTs of Isolator 3 get built, because I've got that happening on this one, and then I need to go and do it on the Raspberry Pi, still making my tea, all that kind of stuff. My process for making 2Tape 7 involved running this music into it and making it sound nice. In particular, I ran this music into it, and it did amazing things to the meter version of it. So let's take a moment make an effect stack. Add to tape 7. Here it is up here. I should return it to normalcy, or thereabouts anyway. Oop. And the other thing finished. So let me do this, and then I'll scooch over to that, and then I'll come back. And that can be anything I want it to be. So I ran Rise LA through to tape 7 and got a much better behavior out of it. Much better result than I was getting out of the same thing run direct. So here's what we're going to do. Here's our Windows meter. And I'm going to switch back over to coding stream because this is now finished. See the little thing down the bottom? VST build. So it finished running all of its stuff. We now have a plugin that we can bring with us in Shuttle. And having copied it over, and having done the stuff that we needed to do, we can eject Shuttle and be finished with this part of the operation. This now has a Linux version, but we're not done yet because we don't have the Raspberry Pi version. But what we can do is hit Control Option to get my regular mouse pointer back and suspend, because this instance of emulated Linux, if you shut it down completely, it doesn't like to start up again, and I forget what I needed to do in order to make it happen, so we just pause it each time. Quit the program. And that's all she wrote for this version. That's all she wrote for the old retro laptop. Meaning I can now unplug this part here, and I put the whole thing away. Unplug that part, coil this up. I'm not going to need this stuff until September. Although, who knows, maybe I'll do something with it. I'm not entirely sure. If I think of anything that I really want to do so badly that I'm not willing to wait for a stream to do it on, I'll do it. But signs point to nope. So close that. The laptop lives, oh, for heaven's sake, lives in a little nook in my table. It lives in a little spot in the thingy. There we are. And now we've actually cleaned up some space on the table, so if I wanted to, we could play with Surge. And maybe we'll play with Surge after we finish doing all this work. Also, I think my tea might be done. So let me go discard the tea bag, throw a little stevia in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, speaking of which, let's put this into operation, but not immediately. We'll fire that up if we feel like it, but first I need to go and do something else. Something that looks a little bit like this, except for that's kind of blinding, isn't it? Let me not have it be this blinding. Okay, sorry, lights. Studio lights. Maybe if I zoom in closer. Or even closer than that. How's that? And then let's, yep, there we go. Gonna try to focus so that we can get honestly, I don't know what the focus is on this thing. It seems to be not correct. We have reached the Raspberry Pi section of the evening. So I think I'm going to have to shout if you... Well, no, hang on a second. Wait a minute. So I should be able... There we go. There's a microphone built in this camera. That's better. So now we got to go and make a Raspberry Pi version of the same plugin. And we're going to finish that before we're done. Here's our volume. I love the fact that this stuff runs in the Raspberry Pi. It's nuts that I can do plugins and run Reaper and stuff on a Raspberry Pi. Granted, it's a Raspberry Pi 400, it's the keyboard version, but still, the fact that this works is amazing. Go to VST build. Go to this. Copy that over. Copy that over. I could check to see that it went to the right place, but I think it very likely did. Go to here. And here's how we CD to there, and then cmake dot dot ampersand ampersand make. So the funny thing is, many of these, it recognizes that it has already built, and yet for some reason, some of them it never figures out that it's built, and so it always builds it over again. I don't know why that is. I also don't care why that is, as long as it's able to build the new one that I need. And we'll be seeing that shortly. Here's the full list, right? So I don't know how much of that's going to change, but we are currently in the process of building new stuff, and there is one new instance that will appear in this list once it's finished building. Then we will have Isolator3.so built on a Raspberry Pi, and that will work on at least mine. I don't know whether what the deal is as far as I've seen people operating on Raspberry Pi or something like that who are like, you've built it wrong, it's not building correctly, it doesn't run, it doesn't have the right bit depth or something. It's 32-bit or it's 64-bit or why haven't you done this? And I don't know enough about this to be able to help them. I am fortunate that I'm able to make it do this part at least. So we got that going on anyhow. See, it's building parametric, it's building Flutter 2. I think it's building all the most recent ones for values of most recent ones that I don't really understand why it's arriving at that. It's building a version of cans. All of the above. But eventually it's going to get around to building Isolator 3. And so the other things I was hoping to do today, once it's finished doing that, we're probably going to have enough time to do the signed versions. That's another sequence of events I have to walk through in order to get there. But what I have up on the other screen, I assume it's the other screen. Yeah, it's on the other screen and I'm on the screen at the moment. Is I have that old mix from when I was doing console LA, and I did a mix of Rise without actually editing stuff together in the and it has built Isolator 3, so I'm just going to let it finish up. No sense in stopping it now, it's doing so well. I had done a version of Rise and mixed it in console LA, and I did that while trying to get a lot of and it is done. Yay! Doing pretty well so far. Copy that over. There we go. Eject the volume. Here we have everything except for the signed versions. Shut down for the Raspberry Pi. On we go. As I drag this beast back into where it was currently sitting. So that one's the one where hopefully if I get to be making music again in any way, shape, or form, I can drag that around and put it in places where you can see me playing and recording and doing things. Because it's a lot more adaptable to things. Also, when you say what screen is that, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Maybe you were looking at the screen for my primary computer. It could well be. Big old curved screen, like a gamer screen, except for it's not really a gamer screen. It's this big dull curved screen, but it's not properly a gamer screen because it simply doesn't have the refresh rate. Because I don't really need it because my eyes aren't that good, as you can see. So, one thing at a time, I guess. Maybe we'll build the signed versions at the end of stream. because there was something else I wanted to try. Oh, wait, I do need to have this on. So remember how we've got this? Here is to tape. The Raspberry Pi stuff is just a cheap Amazon flat screen. It's fairly high resolution, but it's garbage. It is a garbage screen. It's just good. You power it off of a USB. It's like better than 1920 by 1080. So it's a little better than that. Give me another hour and 15 minutes. That's what that's going to be. So what we're doing right now is something like this. See, this is... I'm going to move this so that I can select it properly. This is the earlier version of the verse to Rise. Do you want to take unto the air? So one of the things that I did with To Tape in setting it up was discover that I could transform this track, just as it is, into a ridiculously well-balanced and brightness-controlled end result just by putting it into 2Tape7 with a bunch of alterations to it. So what I want to do is go and do that again so that everything is just as perfect as I can get it and as spectacular sounding and as well behaved as I can get it, and then write down all of those settings, or maybe just take a screenshot. That might work just as well. So that when I do the video, that can be one of my demonstrations. And then I'll include meter in that demonstration. Go, oh, also, by the way, you can do this. And then go from the very bright version that you see to the magical version, which also claims to be super hit record sound. That would be the hope. Let's see how we do. It's going to be looping. Did you want your very soul to fly? All our fancies painted full and fair. Life revealed unto thy open eye. I don't think I can make it be perfect. Did the story turn to doubt and pain? I don't think I need to thrive any harder. Tell me who's the true love I have found. Buttersweet is probably fine. Body cold and bound in soul and chains. Spirit broken, splayed across the ground. Because with bias you can do this. But we're not going to be doing quite as much of that. And then there's also the doubly. And the doubly is going to have a profound effect on this stuff. Do you want to take unto the air? So did you want your very soul to fly? This lower section, but still all our fancies painted full and fair. It's messing with the life revealed unto thy open eye. That's how bright it is. Did the story turn to doubt and pain? Pull back the encoder now. Tell me who's the true love I have found. They ain't doing that much. Body cold and bound in soul and chains. Spirit broken, splayed across the ground. something. Oh, I know that, but I don't care.
Do you want to take unto the air? Did you want your very soul to fly? All our fancies painted full and fair, life revealed unto thy open eye. Did the story turn to doubt and pain? Tell me who's the true love I have found? Body cold and bound in soul and chains, spirit broken, splayed across the ground.
And I think I can add more gain. A little bit more gain.
Do you want to take unto the air? Did you want your very soul to fly? All our fancies painted full and fair, life revealed unto thy open eye. Did the story turn to doubt and pain?
Now we're starting to see what I was
Tell me
looking for.
who's the true love I have found? Body cold and bound in soul and chains, spirit broken, splayed across the ground.
And now let's stop running it through Stream, and I'm just going to go purely to my speakers so I can hear it properly. Now you'll be able to hear it a little better, my voice a little better, for what that's worth, which might not be much. Nice low head frequency of around 40. It's an okay vocal performance. I did the best I could.
Do you want to take unto the air? Did you want your very soul to fly? All our fancies painted full and fair, life revealed unto thy open eye. Did the story turn to doubt and pain? Tell me who's the true love I have.
And then if I bypass to tape,
Body cold and bound in soul and chains, spirit broken, splayed across the ground.
big change. So going to tape. Ooh, I can add more lows.
Do you want to take them to the air? Did you want your very soul to fly? All our fancies painted full and fair. Life revealed unto thy open eye.
So one thing that's happening here is we're kind of saturating the red again. So I might be better off
Spirit broken, splayed across the ground.
dialing that back just a hair. I also might have a better section to look at. That's verse 2. Oh, this might be an acceptable place. So without it, you got this. Kick it in. Bring in that head bump. So the idea is come up with a setting where the raw mix is extremely lacking, but it comes together when I do this. And that's probably close enough for all practical purposes. I see no real problem with using the guitar solo section for that. But that's what I'm looking to do, is do a thing where, you know, you've got a mix that's clearly out of balance and you kick into tape 7 and boom, all of a sudden it's a lot more in balance and it's doing a lot of positive things. Some of that is driving harder into 2-tape, using tape drive there. I also don't think I will have any option to use the features into tape and effectively, well, I wonder whether, if I fool with it doubly again. little less gain. A little more bias. That's probably workable. The thing that's unfortunate, what with all of these crashes and rides on the ride and stuff, is that I have no balance in the slew. But then I didn't start with balance in the slew. What I started with was this. Got way too much highs, way too much highs, and everything's wildly out of balance, and there's nothing I can really do to rein it in with 2 tape 7 alone. I'm doing some things with having the encode and decode of the doubly not be matched perfectly, and that's about as far as I can get. Then if I turn it on, so setting it up kind of like that, bearing in mind that the line that goes green and blue and black and stuff like that, you want it to technically be basically the color of a dollar bill for maximum effectiveness marketplace-wise. So going to A tier is excessive. But I think I'm getting somewhere as far... Oh, I also have to defrost my tacos. But I think this is in the zone for what I'm going to want to do. So what I'm going to do there is grab a cheeky little screenshot of Rise LA. Actually, let me be even cheekier. Cheeky little screenshot, including the title of it up here. And that ought to do as far as if I reproduce these settings, I can do the thing of, oh, by the way, I can turn this into this and do a decent job of highlighting why you might want to do that. Up to and including the whole hit record peak versus slew color thing without a remix, because this desperately needs a remix. It's completely screwed up, and this mix is completely wildly busted and wrong, and yet by running it into tape 7 with fussing with the controls quite a bit, I can force it to behave, and that seems useful. That seems like a thing where that could come in useful. So with that, we're going to quit out of there for a moment and throw on another noise for long enough for me to go and get some food ready to cook, because it's going to be tacos time before terribly long. Okay. That's another track where I could throw 2-tape on it and actually have it be behaving better right out of the gate. It's going to be interesting jumping into Reaper and seeing what I can do with some of these things. That said, that's not the thing to do right now. The thing to do right now, if that is we can, which I bet we can, unless folks have questions and stuff that they want to go over instead, we're going to do some of my plugin work with our wonderful upcoming folder. Our enticing and fascinating upcoming folder. Well, now what's backward high-low component and VST doing there? Are we even... Okay, there we are. We're good. I was trying to figure out why that was lined up the way that it was. Here's the pile of goodies to come in September and October and December and so on. But to tape 7 is next. But here's how we go about adding one to the list. Isolator 3, that's going to be great fun. When we get to that, that's going to be lots of fun. And we're going to drag all of these in to where we can use them. But we've got a little more work to come before we're quite done. Because we need to deal rightly by these. So here's how we go about that. And we don't need this to be open any longer. This is just all of the stuff that's waiting to show up. You probably didn't even know we had a Pop 3 coming, did you? It's going to be a while before we see that. Stonefire comp. You didn't know there was a Stonefire comp, did you? I'm probably going to be working like 24/7 on the GUI for Console X. And all those other things are going to come out whilst preparing to produce Console X. But here's how we do some of these things. Move that over this way and this up this way. 49 minutes to do this next stage of the experiment, and then Isolator 3 will be good to go. And I won't have to build it while making tacos, because that'd be a drag. So here's how we start. WinVXT to this folder. Let's open the node. The folder is open. Make lists is not dragged, but instead copied. A nodal item already exists in this location. Yes, I do want to replace it. And then this folder does in fact get moved rather than copied. I hold down Command to do that. And the little green plus sign goes away. And now we have Mac AU and Mac VST. So first we drag over to the matching folder, and that copies it. Well, leaving a copy here. But then we command drag to move the final copy over to the signed folders where they are not yet signed plugins, but they will be before the day is out. And now Shuttle is empty. There's nothing further in it that I really need to care about other than stuff that I work with, the verbs in short for echo, reverb type stuff. And so we're done with this. And I gotta go and get my cheat sheet. Cheat sheet. And it has my list of instructions on how to go about doing this stuff. And that's just what we're going to do. Let's bust through that. Signed AU. Time for the signed AU section. Edit the plugin CPP file. Component entry becomes audio component entry AU base factory. Let's do it. Yes, don't fire comp. That will be quite exciting. That will be a substantial chunk of the sound of Console X. The fact that there is a dual compression built into Console X and the way that it's configured is, I think, quite powerful. And Stonefire Comp will give you that as the individual processing. But firstly, open with BB Edit, which is what we do to start with this stuff. Audio component entry. As always, one of the things that is rather harrowing about this, if I make one little typo, everything breaks and doesn't work, and it's always very frustrating. One would like to work with things where if you got it slightly wrong, you would still be able to get through, but programming doesn't tend to work that way. AU Bytes Factory, lovely. So that's the plugin CPP file. The XP file needs this. Second entry has to say factory. Just like that there. It also has to have a carriage return at the end, so it can't just only go up to there, it has to go down to here. Save, close, and not quite done. We got this to copy. I'll double check what my number is. The number is ISON, I-S-O-N. That's not really a number, it's an ID. And then info plist, I believe, opens right up in BB Edit. There it is. So that should work. And I can quit out of BB Edit now. Now we launch Xcode. I really enjoy having a computer where I can do things like run Chromium, run OBS, and launch Xcode all at the same time, and it just eats it up and goes, lovely, let's do more. And now we continue the cheat sheet. Delete folders in red. Gotcha. On it. Drag in CASDK, which would be this. That's the Core Audio SDK, Software Development Kit. In Scheme, It doesn't say this is scheme, but this is the scheme section. I'm going to edit that because I like to change run to release. It's probably fine though. And then at this point, we start changing this stuff around. So over to development target 11.1. We're going to close this bit so I can see what I'm doing a little better. Architectures, Mac OS, build the active architecture only. Yes, but it turns out there's all the active architectures are going to be active. See, build active architecture only is this stuff, whether it's this, Rosetta, or all of the above. This being, well, it's not set correctly for it, but this being the all of the above setting. So apparently it doesn't work when you don't have this set to build the active architecture only. So you have to tell it to only build the one that you want, but then tell it that you want all of the ones. Don't ask me why. All of this stuff is very baffling. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't. Search paths. So here we got some stuff going on. Scroll right down to where we can find search paths after packaging. This one's very important. Always set it to no, because everything breaks and dies if you have that set. And then we got to go and, let's see, header search paths. Only thing I have to copy out of here. Paste that in there. That's where the search paths are for the headers, and that's the same thing that we just dragged in. Don't ask me why it doesn't know when you drag it in to look there, but it doesn't. Targets. So project is like all of the stuff, and then targets is what special settings do you want for this particular plugin that you were building. And it doesn't figure out, oh yeah, the same ones I already told you. No, it's you got to tell it all over again. But it remembers build active architecture only. And now if we go to the scheme, it says any Mac, Apple, Silicon, Intel, because you've told it which architectures are available to it. And that's what we want it to be set to. Deployment, scrolling down to deployment. Deployment under D, having successfully set all the rest of this. So here's where we tell it that the strip style is debugging symbols, because signed plugins need to have other symbols available inside them. I don't really know quite what they are, but it needs to have that set the way that it is. So you strip debugging symbols only. Deployment needs to be set to macOS 11.1 because it came out of the older computer set to macOS 10.4, which this computer does not know what that even is. It's super duper lost and has no idea what that means. So have that set. Then scroll down past a bunch of CLang stuff. We can leave all this alone. Go to where it says res language. And all this stuff, you see where it says like PPC, i386, blah, blah, blah. That's all garbage. It doesn't know what any of that means, so we're taking it all away. And then build faces is even more important, because build faces contains build carbon resources. Unfortunately, carbon resources don't work on modern computers. They're from back in the days of like the PowerPC computers. And everything's been Cocoa for decades now. So if you include this, it dies. So we have to take the whole section out. Goodbye. And having done that, it will be happier. And now we go to automatically manage signing, because it's going to make some changes and set some things up. And we tell it to be a development team. There we go. It figured it out. And set it to build. Narusik, I am building signed plugins for the plugin that I made today. Earlier in the stream, you will hear that plugin doing all kinds of crazy things. So this is what I do this in this order for. I told it to automatically manage signing, so it's trying to do it like in the most Apple style way that you could have. and it's asking for some changes. Like remove this build setting, adopt this build setting, enable this, enable that, do dead code stripping, do these warnings, all of this stuff. So I'm going to tell it to okay all of that. By all means, go ahead and do that. Well, by very soon, sometime in September. And now we step through these, because none of this actually matters much, but we can tell it to be up to date because it's got suggestions. It has ideas in mind. And now all to do is go over here, turn off the automatically managed, and turn on this. It's a plugin. It needs to be code signed with the application code signing, not Apple development or the developer or whatever. It needs developer ID application or it will not work. So we set it up with that. I've got one of those available to use. I live in fear of when these things expire and I have to do them over again because it'll probably be like pulling teeth to figure it all out. But I have made friends with Paul from the Surge XT project, and he knows about all this stuff, and Sodara from SignSynth, and he knows all about this stuff. So I will be able to get help for when all of this breaks and dies, which inevitably it will. And now I hit archive. After having checked that it says developer ID application and that it says any Mac, Apple Silicon, Intel, which it does. Build configuration release. And it will patiently build its thing. It says build has succeeded. So I distribute the content, built products, to this folder. And that is now a signed audio unit plugin. We have successfully done this. Not only that, now I can merge this with GitHub, and this little project saved here is the most recent successfully building project that I have available. So now I flip the cheat sheet over because it has VST instructions. And I got to go by the instructions even though I've done all of this hundreds of times because it's just too much to keep in my head. I have too many other things in my head like what I want to do with these plugins. So it becomes a complete non-starter as to remembering it as if this part was my job. Because this part's kind of not my job. The way these things sound and what they do is my job. Being able to grovel my way through all this nonsense is kind of not. And here we have a much bigger window that we're going to make much smaller. And here we are again. In the VST, you don't actually have to change stuff outside of Xcode. You fire it up and start immediately doing things like deleting folders in red. Like this. Delete. And the entire external frameworks and libraries like QuickTime and Carbon, we don't use any of that stuff. Remove the reference. Carbon framework, I don't know why we even have that because it doesn't do anything for modern computers, but apparently it's a framework that's still connected to something and we're making it go away. Having done those things, drag in, I've screwed myself up with this before, drag in the VST SDK, plunk it anywhere that's handy. If I don't do that, everything breaks and dies. But I have remembered to do that this time, so we're good. And scheme, remember where this section up here is scheme, even though nothing says scheme up here? Well, this is scheme. See, it says edit scheme and new scheme and manage scheme, so you're just expected to know that stuff. But we're going to go with manage schemes because this one starts up without even having any reasonable schemes to it. It is not a scheming program. And so we're going to auto-create one. And then the one that was there is useless and selected. So we hit delete. And then we immediately go to edit because I always like making the run configuration be release. I don't know if that does anything. I think that's just superstition on my part. Deployment target of 11.1. Over to build settings. I feel like I get that to make a little more space. Always the architecture is in the SDK. And build of architecture becomes yes. Always that. And then the search paths, in this case, it's a little bit simpler. Always search user paths. Deprecated means don't use this, and we're not. If we use it, it breaks. Always search user paths. No. And then we immediately go over to targets. But we have a little more to do, and it's a little more complicated in this case. Same things there. And we have multiple things to copy over. It needs to know what the installation directory is. Don't know why, it just does. So that deployment, this is blank, and it needs to have information in it. This information. Also note that it updated itself. It said like $home library audio. So it updated it to what my current situation is. And then we scroll down a little bit to our strip style debugging symbols again, because we can't strip all the symbols because some of the code signing stuff is symbols. And deployment target 11.1 rather than 10.4 because it doesn't know what 10.4 is. And let's see, now we have a ringer. We have to go to packaging in among all of this stuff. And I can't simplify it because there's no telling as to which of these would show up properly. But see where it says product name? The debug name is gain, and the release name is Isolator 3. Those both need to say Isolator 3. There has been exactly one occasion where I typoed in this section and it broke and I couldn't figure out what was wrong. Every other time I've done it perfectly. But once I typed this wrong and it broke. And I was really confused for like hours. Not a happy time. So, product name, make all versions be the plugin name. Done. Search paths, header search paths. Same deal as the other one. This time we use this clipping. And it's already got something written in there, but we don't get to use it because this version of macOS doesn't want you placing stuff down at root level. So we're going to update that a little bit to where I have the actual files present. And that's what that part needed. And then right down at the bottom, user-defined GCC model tuning. We're using CLang. GCC is another compiler that hasn't existed for decades, but we're still got something in there, and it says tune for debug G5 and release for G4. My retro stuff will run on G5s and G4s, but this makes no difference and no sense to anything currently, so we blank it out. I don't know how to remove the setting. It's a user-defined setting, but we blank it out. And then we're over to build phases. In this case, it doesn't actually have any build carbon resources, but I remove that anyway because it doesn't belong here. It might build without removing it, but I remove it. And over to signing and well, we can actually set the build to any Mac, Apple Silicon, Intel at this point. Over to signing and capabilities, same deal. I have to tell it who I am, and I want to build it once. Sometimes it does not show the options. In this case, it has showed me the options. Also, when I clear these, the last one doesn't disappear, so I like it to be one that doesn't really matter, like German, which I don't have a German localization. That's just superstition, based on the fact that in this version of Xcode, it doesn't successfully remove all of these warnings once you've cleared them. But we're going to do that. Update to recommended settings, same recommendations as before, so we're going to do it. And then, same deal for the base internationalization, the English, which is the only one that's actually, it only talks English. It would be nice to internationalize all of these a little bit more. It's a bit of a big project considering how many hundreds of plugins there are. And also, would you want to internationalize them in multiple different places, like the retro and the current version being internationalized? That would be a heck of a thing. And then if Consolidated wanted it, I have to do it in VST somehow, and I have no idea how that would happen. But yeah. Targets. Gotten through that stuff. That's who I am. Developer ID application. Make sure it says Apple Silicon and Intel, so it does a fat binary that can run on all of our modern computers. And archive. Putting away my sheet sheet. Scooching back over, hoping it doesn't like clear itself without me asking. Build products, bada boom. And that's how we get a plugin done in a day. Now we're going to do the final little step, which is going to be, hang on. There's the file this stuff is going to be put into. This is a process of Command O and down arrow. Oh, but they can't open that, so never mind. Otherwise, it would be so much double clicking that my fingers would fall off. That at least is single clicking, so I'm willing to scoot back that way. Same deal. And we can delete that now. And now we have a little bitty folder inside of which is the signed plugins that we just made. They're nice and tiny compared to GUI plugins. And we drag them to the program dropdmg. Which happily makes a disk image file. I always like to run this into Apple's signing thing before even installing it on my own computer. There is the signing program that I use. We have sent it to Apple, and in fact we have made a working folder. I can move it around while doing stuff with it, and it's fine because that's just the position of it on the desktop. Stapling succeeded. It successfully notarized the thing. And so we have a code signed version. Here's our upcoming. And here is the DMG file. And the VST file. It has been checked by Apple now. Don't need Xcode open anymore. Here's where our previous Isolator stuff was, and all we got to do is move this over here, and bada boom. And that makes Isolator 3 be ready for release. Plus also, once I run Twisted Waves, update my VSTs thing, because it's going to want to have me update that. In fact, let's do a nice little reversion to the mean. VST2 effects, refresh VST2 list. It's a bit of a pity how that works out, because everything else in other platforms is much easier and simpler. The retro version is quite happy with this and doesn't have a problem, but it at least grinds its way through anyhow. And assuming that nothing horrible jumps out and surprises me, and also bearing in mind that I won't be able to access the component file until the computer has restarted, which is not the case with the retro version, but it is the case with this version. I don't know why. Maybe it's something to do with code signing, but the VST one is fine. Enjoying my tension tamer tea, my last 20 minutes of stream for the month of August. Because, yeah, I'm going to be having a nice little vacation and chilling out for a while. If I remember correctly, I had to restart that. I feel like the last time I tried to do it, it behaved improperly. And I did the scan, but then it didn't actually find the plugin until I did it over again. So we've relaunched. And VST2, Airwindows, Isolator 3, that looks a little flaky. What's going on with that? Oh my. What on earth are you doing? I didn't see that coming. Oh my God. Anybody mind explaining to me why in Twisted Wave it's drawing the controls vertically? I mean, it's going to make some of my nonsense much easier to do, but all the same, that seems a little bit sketchy. Let's try again. It's arranged vertically. I don't understand. Could it be that when you tell something that it's named ISO, it draws vertically? Oh boy. Well, that's out of left field. But I'll tell you one thing we can do with that. So I can just about still control it a little bit. Yeah. I do not, well, I'll give it a try. I don't think it's going to help. All I can do is restart the application. And the application, it shouldn't be even able to do that. That makes no sense at all. We can but try. Yeah, same deal. Weird. That's spectacularly weird, but we can check it out. Hey, check it out. I think it works. Not only that, since it's arranged vertically, it's even easier to do terrible things. So that's wild. While we're at it, let's see whether, I don't know, in Reaper, it's going crazy. Why would it have done that? That's so weird. I'm not telling it to do that in the VST, I promise you that. I can only assume if you call something ISO, it draws it as a vertical fader in Twisted Wave, and that's wild. Well, let's open something. Here's the stuff we were fooling with. Here is a recent program. Here we can add one more, well, hang on. Now we can add one more plugin, namely 2Tape 8. All we have to do is be able to find it. Sorry, 2Tape 7. What am I talking about? There it is. And that goes in front of meter. But after console X bus, there we go. Nope. There we go. So there it be. There's meter. So we'll get this rolling. So then if we enable 2Tape 7, okay, that's got a nice vibe to it. Tell you what, we've got room to turn it up a hair too. But not this much. A little bit of overbias. Oh, we are going to test the isolator. I just also wanted to do this. Because without it, it's still good, but it's just a little bit weak. And with it, we're doing real good. At least if we want everything to be extremely intense. Because this is a recipe for pushing stuff to AA. So the interesting thing about this is that we can probably fiddle with some of these things to shift the balance of the red dots in various directions. Like more doubly encode will push them up, more doubly decode will tend to push them down. So if we want the density of these to be more evenly balanced, we can do stuff around that. And we can have lots of brightness without it becoming grating. And as this goes more and more, we start heading for the realm of AA track, and it's like, okay, the guitar is now soloing. It is superstar. So let's quick hit save here. Also, I don't need clip only because we have to tape 7. Sweeter, I'm probably going to be done. It's like 9 minutes. See you later. I'll catch back up with you in September, and I hope you like to tape, Sweeter. I'll catch up with you later. As far as why do I use to tape post bus console? We're mixing to this tape is what that's about. And before I run out of time on a stream, let's do the thing of seeing what the new thing does. And we're going to want the VST version. Oh God, it does the it does the Pink Floyd thing. As we go through to the end of the now we got a transistor radio. And then of course now we can get silly with it. And there's our weird little noise, just as we had it before. Cool. So that does function. For some reason, Twisted Wave has a bug where it's drawing the control vertically, which it was not doing. I should find out whether it does the same thing with the audio unit. I bet it doesn't. I bet you it doesn't. Goodbye, Mr. Isolator 3. And let's see, yep, so all of this basically, yeah, we're good. Save that, bounce it later. Can you tell me more about what you need to do to the encoder to push it? No. I don't know what encoder means in this context. I don't know what push it means in this context. But I'll tell you what I will do. I'm going to jump in here one more time. Let's first of all see if that is still doing its weird thing. It is. Interestingly, in Twisted Wave, it's running the 32-bit version of the VST, so there's no benefit to doing it this way. And then let's see if the audio unit for Isolator 3 is for some reason doing the same thing. No, it's not. Alrighty. So yeah, 5 minutes to stream, just enough time to finish my, here, tell you what. Boop. Let's jump over to the full-on camera. So, Celestial Seasonings Tension Tamer Tea to celebrate the successful building of Isolator 3. Even if it doesn't operate normally on certain versions of Twisted Wave for no reason that I understand. There, by God, my tension is so tamed you won't even believe it. Honestly, it's delicious tea. It is very nice stuff. So, Om Namah Shivaya says if you want to collect spades, you have to do to tape 7 plus meter. Now I don't know what collect spades means. So, we're a bit at a loss, but it's all cool. So, rather than try to answer the question that I don't understand anything about, because I can't make any sense of that, I'll explain why I chose to do what I did, and then we'll end stream. So what I was doing in the process of that sort of final detail remix, and normally what I'd be doing is going in and having that be present the entire time, including 2 tape 7 into that was for the purpose of being able to kind of enclose all of the sound, but I still wanted it to be full and extended and do all the things I wanted. So I needed to dial back the 2-tape qualities of it a little bit. And I was trying to restrict brightness cues using the slight overbiasing. I was, as usual, fiddling with the doubly to serve my purposes. And the whole reason that had to go before meter is because meter is going to show me what it's doing to the overall mix. Like, if it was altering, and it was also replacing the safety clipper, because a clip only 2 exists inside 2-tape 7. Don't worry about it. I don't really have time to get that much better with it, but I'll try to talk about what I was trying to do. So when I was pushing, what I was doing is elevating the levels a little bit, because going to tape will soak up a certain amount of energy. And while I did not want it to be loudinated and slammed, I felt there was a little bit of room where there would be the capacity for having everything be just up to sort of the full loudness levels at all times. All the little sounds would be sitting there where there would always be something interesting happening, where your ear could hear it. It wouldn't be a section where it would go kind of quiet and not be doing its thing very well. So that is why I was pushing into tape by boosting it just a small amount. It's because tape was able to handle, 2-tape 7 is able to handle slight pushing into it better than clip only 2, which is also part of it. But the whole idea of being able to mix into that is being able to support gracefully accepting a little bit of saturation so that it doesn't sound distorted, pushed, loud, any of that stuff. It should just end up sounding right. And on that note, it is 5 o'clock and I get to go and have tacos. And this coming weekend, you should get the same thing I was just doing that with, meaning 2-tape 7. I will make sure to talk about that a little bit in the video, even though it is really kind of expert mode. I will say, leave this alone at settings of 0.5 if you don't know what you're doing. But turning up the encoder slightly, making them be out of balance, will have characteristic effects which are very difficult to explain, and it's not just a matter of brighter or darker. And yeah. With that, I'll talk to you later, and I hope you like 2-tape 7 when it comes out this weekend. And past that, I'll see you folks in September. Bye-bye.